Chapter 770. Upon hearing this, the girl seemed to have just noticed that her hand was pressing on the young man's hand. She quickly retracted her hand and looked at Fengjiu, asking, "Sell me this robe. This is what I saw this morning." "I'm sorry, I want to give it away. I'm not selling it." She smiled and kept the robe. At the same time, the two men behind her who had been silent all this, while silently sized up Fengjiu. Seeing that he was wearing the School of Stars and Clouds uniform and a rainbow glazed feather at his waist, their gazes couldn't help but waver. Just as the girl was about to speak, one of them stopped her. "Little sister, since this young master is buying it, let's find another one. There's no need to make a fuss over a robe." Hearing this, Fengjiu glanced at the man and smiled. He was about to walk out when he was stopped by the man. "Young master, please wait." The man walked forward and clasped his hands in greeting, asking, "May I ask if you're Fengjiu from the alchemy department?" "I don't think I know you." Fengjiu glanced at him and said, "Haha, you don't know me, but I've heard of you. As a new student, you're not only a popular figure among the new students, but you're even more popular than the top 10 students. I've always wanted to make friends with you, but I never had the chance. Why don't I be the host and treat you to a drink at the restaurant in front?" At this point, he seemed to remember something and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. My surname is He, and I'm a disciple of the He clan, one of the 8 great clans in Star Cloud City. No, I have something to do. I can't stay for long." He waved his hand and took a step forward. The girl angrily blocked his way. "How can you be so ungrateful? My brother wants to treat you because he thinks highly of you. You." She glared at him angrily, but when she met the young man's deep, bottomless eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say the rest of her words. "Miss, please make way." Fengjiu's voice was gentle and indifferent. A smile appeared on his lips, but it didn't reach his eyes. Seeing this, the man immediately pulled the woman aside. "Little sister, don't be rude," he growled. Just as he was about to speak, Fengjiu had already walked out. Not long after, he disappeared into the crowd. "Brother, why are you being so courteous? That person really doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Furthermore, he even bought my heavenly silkworm robe." She stomped her foot angrily. The man on the other side was also a disciple of the 8 great clans. At this moment, he walked up and said to the woman, "This person is not simple. Even if you can't befriend him, you can't provoke him. I don't see anything special about him." The woman pursed her lips and said, 2 months ago, the principal of the School of Stars and Clouds and the other instructors went to rescue the person called Fengjiu. Our clan only found out that he came from a 9th-ranked country, and the other clues were cut off. In short, it's best not to provoke this person," the man said as he took the lead and walked out. "Did you hear that? Avoid him if you see him in the future." The man surnamed he also instructed before following the people in front of him out. "Oomph." The woman stomped her foot and harumphed. She turned around and glared at the shopkeeper, who was standing at the side, before running off with the people in front of her. Chapter 771. When she arrived at the black market, the president and Elder Gong were already waiting there. Elderly was also with them. Seeing Elderly, Fengjiu couldn't help but want to laugh. Although she knew that her medicine was a treasure that cultivators would fight over, she didn't expect that Elderly, who had lived for so long, would actually be so clingy. She did have medicine, but she wouldn't give it out so casually. If he wanted her things, it was impossible. "Young Master Phone, the things you wanted have been prepared. They're all in here," the president said and handed over a spatial ring. Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. "This is a spatial magic tool. An unremarkable little thing. Just take it as a gift for young Master Phone to play with. Compared to her helping them advance, this spatial ring was really not worth mentioning." Hearing this, Fengjiu nodded. "All right, then I'll accept it. Let's settle the bill." Thus, the president brought her to the back to settle the bill. Because it was something she wanted, those spiritual herbs could be said to be given to her at their original price. The price was much lower than outside. For this kind of small favor, he would give it to her in passing. "Young Master Phone, I had someone prepare a banquet. I want to invite young Master Phone to a meal. No, it's getting late. I have to rush back before the sky turns dark. Next time. Even if you don't treat me, I'll make you treat me. She smiled, put away the things, and bid farewell. Seeing this, the president and Elder Gong didn't urge her to stay. They just nodded and sent her out of the black market. Elderly wanted to speak a few times, but because the president and Elder Gong were present, he was too embarrassed to speak. In the end, he could only watch her leave. After returning to the academy, Fengjiu buried herself in pill refining again. If she encountered something she didn't understand, she would ask the two alchemists. In addition to the results of her own research, her progress in pill refining could be said to be 1,000 miles a day. After another month, her pill refining room finally quieted down. After taking a bath, she walked out of the cave, feeling refreshed. After a few months of research, he had almost grasped the Tao of alchemy. Recently, he had refined a lot of pills, but he had never tried them out, nor had he taken them out to sell. Now, it was time to take a break. However, just as she was about to find Yi Jing and her brother for a chat, she bumped into the vice director. Fengjiu, I was just about to look for you. Is something the matter, Vice Academy head? She was slightly surprised as she sat on the flying feather. She was curious about his serious expression. Yes, come with me, he said as he walked towards the main peak. Fengjiu followed closely behind him. When she arrived at the main peak, she saw that the principal was also present. She bowed and said, "Greetings, principal." "Sit." Because there was no one else around, only the three of them, he directly said, "I called you here because I have something to tell you." She sat down at the table and said, "Dean, please speak. Since you're holding the Azure Edge sword, you've naturally heard of Tianyuan Palace. It seems that Tianyuan Palace's palace master, Chu Batian, has some relationship with you, right?" Hearing this, her eyes moved slightly and she nodded. "Yes, he's my master. Although he hadn't taught her anything, he had left her many good things. In her space, some of the things were her master's lifelong collection, while others were originally in her space." Chapter 772. Fengjiu didn't say anything and just listened quietly. The headmaster would not mention this for no reason. They had all seen her possessing the Azure Edge sword that day, but none of them chose to say anything about it, nor did they leak any information about it. Now that he mentioned it a few months later, something must have happened that she did not know about. The Tianyuan Palace is filled with vicious people who kill people like flies. There are also some rogue cultivators who are rejected by the righteous path. They have all become members of the Tianyuan Palace. However, after Chu Batian became a mystery, the Tianyuan Palace became a group of dragons without a leader. About a month ago, there were rumors that the people of the Heavenly Yuan Palace had gathered. They were divided into two factions to fight for the position of Palace Master, which led to some fights over territory. We only received the news half a month ago, but there were many people who received the news before us. He paused for a moment before continuing. Chu Batian is a reckless person. Back when he was in charge of the Heavenly Yuan Palace, he restrained his subordinates very well. Now that the Heavenly Yuan Palace is lacking a leader, since you are the owner of the Qingfeng sword, I want to ask you, what are your plans for this matter? Dean, do you want me to take care of this mess? She asked with a smile. Haha, it's not like that. The Tianyuan Palace is a great power. Every cultivator's battle prowess isn't inferior to our academy's teachers. It's a mess, but it's also a big piece of meat. I'm worried that after a long time, this piece of meat will be targeted by other powers and taken for themselves. When that time comes, it will inevitably lead to uncontrollable trouble. I promised my master that I would reorganize the Tianyuan Palace. However, I know very little about the Tianyuan Palace. I didn't expect that there would be two powers fighting in the dark. She smiled and said, I will definitely take over, but I need to ask the dean for someone. Someone? Who? The dean was startled. Even a vice dean was surprised. Protector Xianghua. Her eyes flickered as she uttered these four words. Protector Xianghua? The two of them were startled and said, We don't know this person. How can you ask us for him? Fengjiu smiled and said, It's all right, as long as I know him. She smiled and stood up, saying, I'll leave first. Go back and prepare well. She took a step out, but suddenly stopped and walked back. Dean, I haven't seen that fairy-like M.O. Chun lately. Hearing this, the two of them were startled. He went back because he had something to do. He'll be back in a while. Oh, so that's how it is. I have something here. I'll have to trouble you to pass it to him. Just say that it's my compensation. As she spoke, she took out the wrapped, heavenly silkworm garment from her space and placed it on the table. All right. The dean nodded. He was puzzled. Could it be that the two of them already knew each other? The next morning, Fengjiu woke up naturally and tidied up. She left White and Tunyun at Elixir Peak and left the academy. She planned to go to the place where the students of the academy had gone to train and get Xianghua out first. Almost no one knew about her departure. Even Niet Tung, who had been paying attention to her whereabouts, only knew that she was no longer in the academy a few days after she left. Chapter 773. Brother, let's talk nicely. How can you do such a disgraceful thing? Brother, at most, I won't ask a young lady for a reward, but you can't do this. Do this. Bah! Reward? Go to hell and ask the king of hell for it. We're already being generous by leaving your corpse intact. Oomph. If it were young master today, your blood would have splattered everywhere. Brother, I don't want any reward, okay? Just let me go. Just treat it as doing a good deed. Let you go. Don't worry, I'll let you go. Fengjiu, who was not far away, leaped lightly and landed on a tree to watch. She saw that the two burly men were digging a hole in the forest. One of them even jumped in to test the depth of the hole. Finally, he came out and placed a young man in green beside him into the hole. Then, he began to fill the hole with soil. Buried alive? She raised her eyebrows. She felt that the disheveled young man looked somewhat familiar. Brother, let's talk about it. Don't shovel the soil first. Brother, can you not put soil on my head? Seeing this scene, Fengjiu could not help but smile. She remembered who this young man was. It was the man called Bai Xiao, Lao Bai's former master. However, she did not expect to meet him again after so long. She casually plucked 2 leaves and shot them with spiritual power from her fingers. They hit the 2 burly men on their wrists. They cried out in pain and clutched their wrists as they looked around and shouted. Who? Who is it? Come out. You're burying my friend. Fengjiu crossed her arms and leaned on a tree branch. She looked at Bai Xiao, who was half buried in the soil, and smiled at him. Long time no see, Bai Xiao. You've made yourself look so pathetic. Kid, how dare you use a hidden weapon to hurt people? One of them saw that it was a young man and immediately scolded him. I think you don't want to live anymore. Fengjiu plucked 2 more leaves and said, Are you sure you don't want to leave? This time, my 2 leaves won't be aimed at your wrists. When the other person saw this, he looked down and saw that it was really a leaf that had hurt them. He was shocked and quickly pulled the person next to him away, but Fengjiu stopped him. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you wanted us to leave? We were just following orders. We didn't want to bury your friend. The 2 of them were shocked. Their legs were trembling and their faces were pale. To be able to use a leaf as a hidden weapon, how high was his cultivation? In any case, the 2 of them couldn't use the leaves as hidden weapons. They weren't a match for this young man. Pull him up before we go. She gestured with her chin. Oh, yes, yes, yes. The 2 of them hurriedly responded and used their uninjured hands to pull up Bai Xiao, who was half buried in the sand, before running away as if they were being chased by some poisonous snake or ferocious beast. You're Fengjiu? Bai Xiao hesitated before calling out Fengjiu's name. Yes, it seems like you still remember me. She nodded and smiled. Bai Xiao, what happened to you? How did you get yourself in such a sorry state? As she spoke, she untied the ropes on his body. It's a long story. Chapter 774. Oh, Bai, it's a long story. She smiled and shook her head. She looked at the dirt on his body and said, There's a stream not far ahead. Do you want to take a bath? Change your clothes? That's a good idea. We can talk after I've washed up. It's really rude of me to be like this. He was a little embarrassed. He followed the direction Fengjiu had pointed out and found the stream. He quickly took off his clothes and jumped into the stream to take a bath. Fengjiu did not follow him. Instead, he caught a pheasant and roasted it while he was bathing. It smells so good. Fengjiu, I've been hungry for an entire day. They haven't given me any food. He changed his clothes and his hair was still dripping with water. He sat down beside Fengjiu and drooled as he stared at the pheasant roasting over the fire. "Come, have some wine first." She took out a small jar of wine from her space and poured him half a bowl. "It's enough, it's enough." He held the bowl with both hands. "I don't really know how to drink." "If you don't know how to drink, then you can't drink on an empty stomach. How about this? Wait a moment, this pheasant is almost done." She smiled and began to add some seasonings. She asked, "Why are you always wandering around whenever I see you? Where are you going?" "I don't want to go anywhere. I was just chased out by my family. They told me to come out and gain experience, but I kept running into obstacles." He held the wine in both hands and stared at the pheasant as he spoke. He told her everything that had happened to him in the past few days. "Oh, you're from a family of beastmasters?" She was slightly surprised, but immediately understood. That's right. If he wasn't from that family, he wouldn't have been able to get a strange horse like Old Bai. "Yes, but it's useless. I'm not good at martial arts, so I only know how to tame beasts. But sometimes accidents happen when it comes to taming beasts. For example, I can't tame a strange horse like Old White. For example, the pet beast of the young lady just now, for some reason, it jumped around and scratched its master's new clothes. It even scratched the back of its master's hand until it bled. Fengjiu cut a chicken leg with a knife and gave it to him. In other words, you have nowhere to go now? Well, my family won't let me go back. They want me to make a name for myself outside. However, making a name for myself is too difficult. I'm afraid that I'll lose my little life." He swallowed his saliva and took the drumstick. Because it was slightly hot, and he used a leaf as a cushion to keep it warm, he took a bite. The rich aroma of the meat spread in his mouth, making his eyes turn red. "Fengjiu, you treat me too well. You don't know that family asked me to tame beasts, but they gave me vegetables and steam buns to eat every day. I was so hungry that I lost a lot of weight. Yesterday, they didn't give me any food, and today they caught me and buried me alive. They really went too far. Do you really know how to tame beasts?" She was also very doubtful. After all, when they first met, he was thrown off the back of a horse by Lao Bai. "Of course I can. It's just that there are some accidents occasionally, but I really know how to tame beasts, really." As if afraid that he wouldn't believe him, he emphasized again. "Since you have nowhere to go, do you want to come with me?" She was like a big wolf with a big tail, smiling innocently. "The place I'm going to this time has many beasts. You can use it to practice. How about it? Do you want to come?" Hearing this, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he looked at her with a serious face and asked, "If you see me being chased by a beast and have nowhere to run, will you save me?" Chapter 775. Just like that, what was originally a one-person journey became a two-person journey. Fengjiu led him to sit on Flying Feather as they headed towards the training forest. On the way, she told him about Senior White. One day later, in the morning, the two of them arrived at the boundary of the forest. Looking at the forest, she couldn't help but think about how she had escaped here. After escaping from the Hall of Hell, she didn't know how long she had walked and how many mountains she had crossed before she reached this place. Thinking about how she had been caught by the uncle in the end, she couldn't help but shake her head. Everything was fated. As long as it was fated, no matter how they avoided or escaped, they would still bump into each other, and they would still walk together. "Fengjiu, there's a boundary here. We can't go in. Why don't we go somewhere else? This place looks really creepy." Bai Xiao looked at the stone tablet at the side that was engraved with the words, "Important training ground, boundary protection, vicious villains, ferocious beasts everywhere." Seeing those words, he couldn't help but want to retreat. What if he couldn't get out of such a dangerous place? "We came here. Moreover, this place isn't a place where you can enter and leave as you wish." She smiled and waved the two white jade tokens in her hand. "Other than ferocious beasts, there are also some villains caught by the three major sects and the School of Stars and Clouds. However, they can't get out without this thing. They can only be trapped inside and become a dangerous training ground for the three major sects and the School of Stars and Clouds." "You said that the person you're looking for is also inside? You said that the people trapped here were all villains." "Hee hee, there are exceptions to everything. All right, Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go in. She put a hand on his shoulder and pushed him in without giving him a chance to hesitate. Their bodies seemed to pass through a layer of air. The air was slightly distorted and they were squeezed in. She was also a little curious about this boundary. After all, she had entered without a jade token the last time. Fengjiu, this place is eerie, and the presence gives me a very dangerous feeling. The man who had no power to protect himself nervously grabbed Fengjiu's red coat. He couldn't be blamed for being timid. Even though he came from a family of familiars, his familiars would always have people protecting them. Even in the extremely dangerous Dire Beast Forest, he wasn't afraid because he knew that if there was any danger, the people around him would definitely protect him from any harm. However, it was different here. Although Fengjiu was familiar with him, they had only met twice. Who knew if he would run away if he was in danger? Fengjiu didn't know what he thought of her. If he knew, he would have kicked him twice. Seeing Zhao Hai's pale face, Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "You need to train your courage. Since we're looking for people, I'll help you train your courage." "There's no need, right? I'm just a beast tamer, not a warrior. There's really no need." He waved his hand. However, how could he resist Fengjiu's persistence? Chapter 776. In the evening, Bai Xiao dragged an injured wild boar to a tree and shouted, "Fengjiu, look, the single-horned rhinoceros caught this for me. It's so big, it's enough for us to eat for several days after roasting. You handle it. I'll rest for a while," Fengjiu said lazily from the tree. They had been walking around in the forest for nearly a day, but other than encountering ferocious beasts, they hadn't seen any villains. This forest was so big that even if she sat on Flying Feather and walked around for 2 or 3 days, she probably wouldn't be able to finish exploring it. How was she going to find Xiang Hua in this forest? It was really a little troublesome. "Okay, then you rest for a while. I'll call you when it's done roasting," he said without looking up as he handled the wild boar. However, when he was about to start a fire, he realized that there weren't enough branches, so he planned to go around and pick some up. "I'll go and pick up some branches to use as firewood. I'll be back in a while," he said to Fengjiu as he walked forward. Fengjiu didn't mind. The two of them had been through this area before, so it wasn't dangerous. However, when she glanced at his back and closed her eyes again, she heard a cry of surprise after a few breaths. She immediately opened her eyes and rushed toward the sound. When she arrived at where Bai Xiao was, she saw several burly men holding large swords to her neck. Her eyes couldn't help but flicker. "What are you doing?" She leaned against the tree and asked lightly. She didn't walk forward and just looked at the men with her arms crossed. "Kid, are you two new here?" A burly man asked in a rough voice. Her eyes flickered, and she nodded. "Yes, we just came in today. Which group are you from? How did you get in?" The burly man was still asking, as if he was guessing the credibility of Fengjiu's words. "Which group are you from? Which group are you from when you come in?" She looked at the burly men with slight surprise. Judging by the strong smell of blood on them, they must have killed many people. "Of course. Tell me your name, and how did you get in? Speak." Hearing this, Fengjiu's lips curled up slightly. He played with a strand of his hair as he said, "Listen well. I'm the handsome and extraordinarily handsome man known as the Flower Thief Jade-Faced Fox, who is known as the invincible flower thief in the world." Hearing the long name, the few ferocious-looking men were stunned. They looked at Fengjiu with a strange expression and curled their lips, saying, "To put it bluntly, he's just a lowly flower thief? But what about this guy?" He patted Bai Zhao's face and asked, That's about right. But I have a name, Jade-Faced Fox. That brat is my little brother," she said with a smile. "I don't care if you're a flower thief or a jade-faced fox. Once you enter this place, you will either die or surrender. Which one do you choose?" The burly man patted Bai Zhao's shoulder with a large knife in his hand, making a pung, pung, pung sound. He was so shocked that his face turned pale. "This doesn't mean I'll surrender to you guys, right?" She rubbed her chin and looked at them as she asked. You don't know because you're new here. There are rules here. If you follow the boss, you'll have meat to eat. Even if you're trapped here, you'll definitely be able to get out one day and kill them all." "Oh, I see. Then of course we'll surrender. Who would want to suck up to someone powerful? Isn't that right?" she said with a smile, her gaze landing on a large knife resting on by Zhao's shoulder. Chapter 777. Hearing this, the burly man moved his saber away and said to the two of them, "Let's go." As he spoke, they surrounded Feng Jiu and Bai Xiao in the middle to prevent them from escaping. "Wait," Feng Jiu shouted. "Are you going back on your word?" The burly man glared at him fiercely. "Of course not. I was just thinking that since it's our first visit, we should at least bring some gifts for Big Brother, right?" She smiled and pointed to a place not far away. "There's a wild boar we hunted earlier over there. Let's carry it together." "I didn't expect you to be so tactful." One of them sneered and strode over. Not long after, he carried the wild boar that Bai Xiao had hunted over. The few of them followed him all the way into the depths. On the way, Bai Xiao tugged at Feng Jiu's sleeve and winked at him, asking what to do next. Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled disapprovingly. He lowered his voice and whispered in his ear, "Play it by ear. Don't be afraid." "What are the two of you chattering about?" Someone shouted from behind. "My little brother is timid. I was just telling him not to be afraid. Now that we're here, there's someone protecting us." Feng Jiu turned around and smiled. His dazzling smile made the burly man mutter under his breath. He was indeed a flower picker. His face was even more beautiful than a woman's. Under their lead, the few of them went deeper into the depths of the forest and walked on the path that was covered with arrays. Her eyes flickered. There were a lot of talents here. The arrays here were ingenious. One after another, it was somewhat beyond her expectations. "Who set up this array? It's so ingenious. Hey, I didn't expect you to have such good eyesight. You can see the ingenuity of this array at once." A burly man behind them grinned. "This array was set up by Big Brother. It's because of this array that we can move around more freely. Moreover, those ferocious bees can't do anything to us." "Oh, I see. Then Boss is the strongest person here?" she asked. "The average strength here is around Great Soul Master. There are also peak Great Soul Masters. Boss seems to be a peak Great Soul Master. However, I heard Boss say that Xianghua is also here. His strength is not only at Great Soul Master, but it is said that he is savage by nature. Boss is thinking of ways to rope him in." "Shut up. Why are you talking so much to him?" The big man in front turned around and shouted. He glared at the big man behind him. "We're all on the same side, so what's the harm in talking about it?" Feng Jiu smiled disapprovingly and followed them. An hour later, when they passed through the last formation, they finally saw burly men standing or sitting on both sides. When those people saw the two new faces, their gazes also started to size up the two of them. Most of their gazes stopped on the handsome young man in red clothes. Seeing the young man's face that was even more beautiful than a woman's, a few of the big men's gazes flickered. They didn't hide the interest in their eyes at all as they stared at Feng Jiu. "Deshawn, where did these two brats come from? Where did you get them?" A big man raised his chin and asked. Chapter 778. Let these two kids meet the boss. They look like weak chickens. Dashin, why do you bring random people to our place? The burly man who spoke stood up and looked at Feng Jiu and Bai Xiao. His interested gaze swept past Bai Xiao and landed on Feng Jiu, who was dressed in a dazzling red robe. "Kid, you're a rapist. With your physique, are you raping other people? Or are you being raped?" "Ha ha!" When the surrounding people heard this, they all burst into laughter. Their eyes fell on Feng Jiu and lingered on him meaningfully. You're too much of a bully," Bai Xiao shouted angrily. She clenched her fists and glared at them, but she shrank back timidly beside Feng Jiu. "So what if we're bullying you? Don't you know that newcomers are always bullied?" The burly man cast a sidelong glance at the two of them and suddenly reached out to lift Feng Jiu's chin. "Don't tell me you've been raping too many girls. Look, even your face is prettier than a girl's." Ouch! Before he could finish his teasing words, he sucked in a breath of cold air and screamed. The surrounding people were also shocked and stood up one after another. They saw Feng Jiu playing with the dagger in her hand and slowly wiping away the blood on it. At her feet, she stepped on a bloody finger. "Speak if you want to, but don't point at me with your dirty finger." "Look, I accidentally lost my finger," she said casually and raised her eyebrows at the burly man. "Kid, you're courting death. The burly man shouted angrily. Enduring the pain of his broken finger, he clenched his other hand and punched Fengjiu. His speed was fierce, and his strength was not weak. Fengjiu pushed by Xiao back and lifted her leg to kick him. A red figure flashed, and a cold light flashed. The burly man fell to the ground instantly. Blood seeped out of his neck, and his body twitched on the ground. He stared at Fengjiu. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't. In the end, he couldn't breathe, and his body stiffened on the ground. He died. Seeing that the young man killed a great spiritual master in one move, the few people who originally wanted to step forward hesitated. They stared at him with vigilant eyes and sized him up. The surrounding people who were laughing also quieted down. Everyone's gazes fell on him. Some were surprised, but some understood. As for the burly men who brought Fengjiu and Bai Xiao here, they were stunned. After a while, they came back to their senses. They could not help but retreat and widen the distance between them. Don't be afraid. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. She wiped her dagger and smiled innocently. Actually, I don't like this kind of fighting and killing. It's just that sometimes no one listens to me when I talk, so I can only use violence. Don't take offense. The surroundings were quiet. No one responded to her. They only stared at the red-clothed young man as if he was a monster. They were all extremely evil people and had killed many people. At this moment, they deeply understood that a person who took people's lives while talking and laughing was far more terrifying than anyone else present. Just as everyone was silent and the atmosphere in the air became heavy and oppressive, the wooden door in the treehouse opened with a creak. Chapter 779. Fengjiu thought that the person who could be called boss by these brawny men would at least be a tall and sturdy man, or a cultivator with a stout physique, or a bloodthirsty murderer with a fiendish expression. However, the person who walked out greatly exceeded her expectations. It was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He wore a student uniform that she didn't know which Academy of Stars and Clouds he got from. His temperament looked so gentle and harmless, and his smiling eyes gave people the same feeling. However, in Fengjiu's eyes, this person was like a smiling tiger. The cultivation of a peak great soul master seemed harmless, but it was fatal. No wonder he could become the boss of these people at such a young age. Obviously, without some methods, he wouldn't be able to shake these vicious and evil people. How should I address you? The man stood on the treehouse and looked down at Fengjiu, who was wearing a red dress that was as dazzling as the sun. Without waiting for Fengjiu to speak, the brawny man who led the way hurriedly said, "Boss, this brat said he's some flower thief, Jade-Faced Fox." "Yes, that's right. I'm the flower thief, known as Jade-Faced Fox." Fengjiu smiled and nodded her head as she spoke. The man's eyes carried a smile. "You don't have any evil aura on you. So how could you be a flower thief? Speak. Why are you looking for us?" Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. "That's where you're wrong. Clearly, you guys are the ones who asked me to come here. How did it become me looking for you?" As she spoke, she glanced at the few people who led the way. "Boss, we caught them after we met them. If you find them pleasing to the eye, we'll just chase them out." The brawny men said, somewhat worried that the boss on the treehouse would get angry. After all, his methods were still frightening. It's easier to invite a god than to send him away. Since he's here, do you think he'll leave so easily? The man glanced at the few people. Although he had a smile on his face, his expression revealed a bloodthirsty aura. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't worry, I don't want to find trouble with you. I just want to help you guys find someone here." Her voice slightly paused as she glanced back. Her gaze fell on the wild boar. "Look, I even brought you a gift of thanks." The surrounding people's mouths twitched. A wild boar as a gift? This person really wasn't polite. Hearing this, the man on the treehouse smiled and asked, "I wonder who you're looking for?" "Xianghua." She looked at the man and said, "Heavenly Yuan Palace's left enforcer Xianghua?" The man's eyes flickered. "How did you know he was here?" "Of course, I've met him. Can I ask why you're looking for him?" "He's a helper? Are you interested?" She looked at the young man mockingly. She was a little curious. How could such a young man be caught and trapped in here? The man smiled and said, "Let Xianghua be your assistant? You're quite arrogant." He smiled and walked down from the treehouse, saying, "We've been looking for Xianghua for some time, and we know where he stays in this forest. However, it's not that easy to catch him. If you're interested, you can come with us tomorrow to meet him." "Of course." She nodded and said to the two brawny men beside her, "Roast that wild boar." Chapter 780. Before the burly man could finish his sentence, he saw a sharp dagger slid across his neck. He caught a glimpse of a cold glint from the corner of his eyes, causing his entire body to stiffen. He stared at the red-clothed youth in shock. "I know that this is all about power. If you don't mind, can we have a spar?" Her indifferent voice sounded so languid, without any lethality or danger. However, the people around her frowned as they pondered, their eyes filled with an unprecedented seriousness. They were all villains who had taken hundreds of lives on their backs. Some of them had even taken more than 100 lives. To them, death was not something to be afraid of. However, none of them were willing to fall into the hands of youth whose background they did not even know. The burly man obviously understood this point. After he froze for a moment, he carried the wild boar to roast it expressionlessly. "Why are you all staring at me?" She raised her eyebrows and swept her gaze across the crowd. After her gaze swept past them, they either looked away or retracted their gazes. The man's gaze swept past the accessory on the young man's waist that was half covered by the young man's red robes. After that, he said, "Are you a student of the School of Stars and Clouds? To be able to obtain one of the 3 treasures of the Heavenly Nebula Tower, the Rainbow Glaze Feather, you are obviously not an ordinary person. You can recognize the treasure on my waist at one glance. Your eyes are not bad." Fengjiu laughed lightly. She sat down on a wooden stool beside a 4-legged wooden table made of wood. She took out some wine and 2 wine cups from her space. "Drink?" The man sat down beside the table, while Bai Xiao stood behind Fengjiu. The burly men around them saw that the young man took out something so casually. He was not afraid of being stared at by them. They were all deep in thought. "You don't look old. How did you get in?" She poured a cup of wine and handed it over. "I was caught by a few old things from Guiyi sect." He raised the cup and smelled the wine. "I've been here for more than 2 years. This is the first time I've smelled wine like this." Fengjiu smiled. After taking a sip, she said, "Maybe you can consider it. If you follow me, you'll have a good life. You have a way to get me out of here?" His eyes flashed as he stared at the young man in front of him. "Of course. So you're saying that you have a jade token that allows you to leave the academy?" "That's right," she replied with a smile. Then she felt the men who were originally sitting down stand up one by one and stare at her like hungry tigers. She was not unfamiliar with that kind of ferocious gaze. The man sipped his wine and narrowed his eyes. "You're very confident. I wonder if you really have the ability to be confident." Fengjiu toyed with the wine glass and smiled. His eyes flashed with a touch of wickedness. "Maybe you can try, but I won't let you try in vain. If you lose, my life will be yours." As soon as he finished speaking, the wine glass in the man's hand flew out. At the same time, he flipped his hand, and a dagger was held in a reverse grip towards Fengjiu. Fengjiu tossed the wine glass in his hand. He raised his hand, and spiritual energy flowed out. Invisible spiritual energy flowed out like water ripples and swept the wine glass into the air. He reached out and grabbed the man's wrist that was holding the dagger and twisted it to the back. He easily parried the man's attack with his other hand. He raised his leg and kicked the man's calf. The man's knee hurt and fell forward. Chapter 781. Fengjiu flicked her other hand with spiritual power and caught the 2 wine cups without looking up. She gently placed them on the table. She stared at the man and said with a smile, "Your life is really worthless." The man stiffened slightly. His chin was slightly raised because of the dagger pressed against his throat. He looked up at the red-clothed youth who was smiling dazzlingly in front of him. Although his expression didn't show it, his heart was slightly shaken. He knew very well what kind of skills he had, but this youth's skills were actually above his. He subdued him with a raise of his hand, and the dagger pressed against his throat was his own. The burly men who stood up around them stared at the two of them with different expressions. Some of them originally wanted to attack, but when they saw the youth subduing their boss in a few moves, they all held back. They were all great spiritual masters. Seeing how the youth killed one of them in the blink of an eye, and then subdued their boss, they already knew that his skills were definitely above that of a great spiritual master. However, above great spiritual masters were foundation establishment cultivators. Could it be that this youth was already a foundation establishment cultivator? Fengjiu withdrew her hand and sat down with a flick of her robe. Her slender white fingers tapped on the table. Pour the wine. Bai Xiao, who was standing to the side, was startled. When he came back to his senses, he picked up the wine jar and was about to pour wine for her, but she stopped him. "I'm not talking to you. Go sit on the side." She waved her hand and indicated for him to sit down. Her gaze fell on the man who was kneeling on one knee in front of her. Bai Xiao was startled. He obediently put down the jar and sat down on the side. He stared at Fengjiu and suddenly felt that the aura that Fengjiu sometimes emitted was very intimidating. It made people involuntarily obey and not dare to disobey. He had only seen that kind of pressure and that kind of aura from his clan's ancestor. The man stared at Fengjiu for a while before standing up. He put away his dagger and walked forward to pick up the jar of wine and pour a cup for the youth. Seeing this scene, the surrounding men all frowned, but they didn't say anything. They only stared at them. They watched as the red-clothed young man sat at the table while their boss stood at the side. When a young man finished drinking the wine in his cup, he poured another cup for him, until a voice sounded. Everyone's gaze shifted to the source of the voice. "It's here. The roasted wild boar is ready." Two burly men carried a whole roasted boar forward and placed it on a tree. After placing it on the table, the two men said to the man, "Boss, this wild boar is very tender. It was roasted by Big Mountain using a special method. The smell of the hind leg is more fragrant, but we know that you prefer light flavors." When the man heard this, he looked up and glanced at Fengjiu. Fengjiu was holding a glass of wine and drinking. His face was slightly red, and there was a hint of blurriness in his eyes. It was as if he had drunk too much and didn't hear what the other two said. He finished his glass of wine and shouted for more wine. Bai Xiao tugged at Fengjiu's sleeve. "Don't drink too much. It won't be good if you get drunk." He looked at the burly men who were eyeing the two of them like wolves and tigers and felt a little worried. "Yes, I won't drink too much. The roasted meat is here. Come, let's cut 2 pieces and have a taste." Chapter 782. Let me cut it. The two men who were carrying the roasted pig were waiting at the side. When they heard Fengjiu's words, one of them stepped forward, picked up a knife, and cut 2 pieces of hind leg meat from the pig's hind leg. He carried the meat with a leaf and placed it in front of Fengjiu and Bai Xiao. The hind leg is roasted very well. Try it. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's very fresh. The burly man gestured for them to try the meat first. Bai Xiao looked at the roasted meat in front of her and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She looked at Fengjiu. Fengjiu didn't look at them. He just looked at the roasted meat in front of him and said with a smile, "In that case, I'll try it first." As he spoke, he picked up the piece of hind leg meat wrapped in a leaf. When he was about to eat it, a pair of hands reached over and took the piece of meat away. Fengjiu's eyes flickered. When he looked up, there was only confusion in his eyes. "What are you doing? Can't you cut it yourself if you want to eat it?" The man took away the 2 pieces of hind leg meat from Fengjiu and Bai Xiao and moved them to the side. He picked up a knife and said, "The best part of this wild boar is the neck. The meat is very springy, fat, and juicy. Since you want to eat it, you have to eat this piece." As he spoke, he ignored the stares of the burly men. Instead, he cut 2 pieces of hind leg meat and placed them in front of the 2 men. "Try it." Fengjiu took a bite and gestured to Bai Xiao. "Eat it. The taste is a little bland, but the texture is good." "Oh," Bai Xiao responded and picked up a piece to eat. As the sky darkened, Fengjiu directly became the man who spoke here. He told them to prepare to look for Xianghua tomorrow morning. Then, he took Bai Xiao and occupied the treehouse as a place for them to rest. The treehouse was not big. Fengjiu slept on the bed, and Bai Xiao could only find a random place to lie down and sleep. As for the people below, when they saw the 2 of them enter the treehouse, they retreated to the array formation outside. All of their gazes landed on the man. Some of them even questioned, Boss, why didn't you kill those two? That's right. If we let them eat the flesh of the hind leg, no matter how strong that red-clothed youth is, he will only become a soul under our hands. Boss, why did you stop them? Why didn't you let us kill those two? Boss, don't tell us you're really going to be that young man's subordinate. When they said this, they all quieted down. Pairs of eyes stared at him. Their eyes were filled with viciousness, as if they were saying that if he really dared to do this, then he shouldn't blame them for not being polite. How could the man not know what these people were thinking? These people were all extremely vicious people. Every one of them had killed too many innocent people before they were captured by the three sects and the School of Stars and Clouds. They called him Big Boss, but that was only because they knew that he could protect them in this place. If their interests were truly endangered, it was not impossible for them to turn against each other and become enemies. Therefore, he said, "Do you all think it's easy to kill that red-clothed youth? Just based on the fact that he dared to bring only one person here, you should know that his strength and cultivation are definitely above ours. If we suddenly make a move, we will all be annihilated by him. Is that what you want to see? But we can drug him." Drug him? How do you know that he doesn't know about drugs? What if he knows? The man asked in a low voice. His sharp eyes swept over the person who spoke. Chapter 783. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. He didn't do anything to us, so let's ignore him for now. Let's find Xianghua tomorrow, the man said, and told everyone not to provoke him. Then he signaled for them to go back and rest. No one noticed that a red figure flashed through the night sky like a ghost, silent and undetectable. The next morning, Fengjiu lazily stretched and got out of bed. After washing up, he kicked Bai Xiao, who was sleeping beside the bed. Get up, get up." Bai Xiao turned over and suddenly remembered where she was. She quickly jumped up and saw that Fengjiu had already walked out. She quickly got up and followed him out with a sleepy face. Outside, when the two of them came out, everyone's eyes fell on them, especially the red figure. "You're all up early." She yawned and stretched, asking, "Should we go now?" "Yes, there's still some distance from where Xianghua is. If we go now, we should be able to meet him." The man looked at Fengjiu and said, "I haven't introduced myself since yesterday. I'm Du Fan, known as the Iron Fan Scholar." Iron Fan Scholar? Fengjiu was slightly stunned and looked him up and down. "I don't see how you look like a scholar. But where's your Iron Fan?" Hearing his words, everyone was slightly surprised. This young man had never heard of their boss's name. The Iron Fan Scholar was quite famous in Enchanting, but he had never heard of him? Du Fan was also slightly stunned. Hearing his question, he said, "Iron Fan was destroyed." He paused and couldn't help but ask, "You've never heard of the Iron Fan Scholar?" "I've only heard of Princess Iron Fan," Fengjiu said with a smile. His eyes swept over them and asked, "But looking at you, it seems that this name is very famous?" Du Fan didn't know what to say. He just said, "It's getting late. Let's go." With a wave of his hand, he led the others out of the formation. Seeing this, Fengjiu looked at Bai Xiao beside him and asked, "You often travel around. Have you heard of the Iron Fan Scholar?" "I've heard of him, but I've never seen him before. It's said that this person's methods are savage. He once annihilated a village with the surname Chun in a single night, not even sparing the elderly and children. Because of this, he was known by others. Because of his scholarly attire and the iron fan in his hand, he was called the Iron Fan Scholar." "Vendetta?" She raised her eyebrows. "I don't know about that." Bai Xiao shook her head. Along the way, the people in front did not speak much, but Fengjiu and Bai Xiao, who were following behind, chatted all the way. About 2 hours later, the crowd in front finally stopped. I asked them to surround Xianghua. "Do you want to go and take a look?" Du Fan walked over and asked Fengjiu. "Yes, let's go take a look." She nodded and followed behind. At this time, Xianghua, who was wearing animal skin, was filling water by a stream. Just as he was about to go back, he vaguely heard a flurry of footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw that the people had quickly formed a circle to surround him. "Xianghua, I finally caught you today." Chapter 784. "I've long heard that you're here, but I didn't expect it to be true," another brawny man said. "Xianghua, we're really enemies on a narrow road. Back then, I was beaten up by you and had to lie in bed for nearly a month before recovering. Now that you've fallen into my hands, how should I repay you?" Just as the crowd was about to beat him up, they heard Fengjiu's voice from behind them. "Repay what? Have you forgotten that this person is mine?" Fengjiu, who was dressed in red, walked out from the back. She walked past the crowd and arrived in front of Xianghua. After looking him up and down, she smiled and said, "We meet again." Xianghua looked at the red-clothed youth who had saved his life. His eyes moved slightly. "You're here for me? That's right. Do you want to go out with me?" She crossed her arms and looked at the person in front of her with a smile. When the people behind her heard this, their expressions changed slightly. Go out. They also wanted to go out. Go out for what? Of course, to go out and do something big. Hearing this, the people behind her had strange expressions. Why did she sound like a bandit? Did this young man really not run out from some mountain? Not interested. He walked past the crowd and was about to leave. Some people blocked his way, while others looked at Fengjiu expectantly. He's not interested, but we're interested. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled. But I'm not interested in you. When the brawny men heard this, their expressions turned ugly. The people of Tianyuan Palace have been causing trouble again recently. It's said that they're divided into two factions, and they fight every 2 or 3 days. Many forces have set their sights on Tianyuan Palace, intending to swallow this fat piece of meat. She said casually and walked leisurely in front of him. I promised someone to reorganize Tianyuan Palace, so I had to take over. I came to you because you were once the left protector of Tianyuan Palace, so you're familiar with everything about Tianyuan Palace. You should be able to help me. You want to reorganize Tianyuan Palace? Xianghua sneered and glanced at the youth in front of him, thinking that he was a little ignorant. Yes, I do. She nodded and smiled. You don't believe me? Let's make a bet. Xianghua pursed his lips and stared at the youth, saying, Right now, I'm only a great spirit master cultivator. This kind of strength can't help you much. Isn't it just a damaged golden core that caused a cultivator's strength to drop to the level of a great spirit master? Don't worry, I'll be able to restore your golden core cultivation within 3 days. Fengjiu said disapprovingly. It was not difficult for her to help people improve their cultivation. What's more, Xianghua had a strong foundation. The decline in his cultivation was only because his golden elixir was damaged. As long as his golden elixir was repaired, his cultivation would naturally return. She spoke casually, but she didn't know that the people around her were shocked. A golden core cultivator who could recover his strength within 3 days? Is this for real? Could a broken Jinan be repaired? Xianghua was originally a golden core cultivator, but after he was betrayed, his golden core was damaged and his cultivation regressed. His spiritual power would forever remain at the level of a great spirit master, but he didn't expect that today someone would actually say that a damaged golden core could be repaired. Chapter 785. Well, didn't your golden core break? It should have been damaged by a palm strike, right? Fortunately, your golden core didn't break completely, so it can still be repaired. Wasn't it? What did he mean by wasn't it? A broken golden core meant that a cultivator's life was ruined, but for him, it was just a simple word, wasn't it? Was this young man ignorant? Or was he really capable? Did he know what a broken golden core meant? I've never heard of a broken golden core being repaired. Why should I believe you? At this moment, Xianghua couldn't take a step forward. His whole body was tense, and his hands under his sleeves were tightly clenched into fists, suppressing the excitement in his heart. On the side, Dufan also looked at the red-clothed young man in shock. He could tell that he wasn't joking, but seemed to really have the ability and a way to repair the damaged golden core. Fengjiu sneered and glanced at him. I don't believe that you don't want to try in 2 days. As she spoke, she turned and walked in the direction of the treehouse. Bai Xiao hurriedly followed, thinking, repairing the golden core? It seems that I've never heard of it. However, can Fengjiu really do it? Looking at the young man who turned and walked away, Xianghua almost didn't hesitate to step forward and follow him. No matter whether it was possible or not, he wanted to try. After all, no one wanted to spend their whole life doing nothing. The group of burly men looked at each other as they walked back. They whispered to each other, a broken gold core can be repaired? Why haven't I heard of it? That's right. Are you serious? Regardless of whether it's true or not, I'm just curious whether this young man knows medicine. Nonsense. How can he say that he can repair the golden core if he doesn't know medicine? As soon as this person finished speaking, the surrounding people fell silent, as if they had thought of something, and they all froze. Yes, since he knows medicine, doesn't that mean he knows that they put medicine on the roast pig last night? But why didn't he mention it? At that time, he even picked it up and was about to eat it. Does he really not know? Or is he pretending not to know? Dufan's eyes flickered as he followed behind. He only needed to think a little to know that the young man from last night was trying to test him. At this moment, he couldn't help but wonder what would have happened if he hadn't taken away the poisoned roast meat and let him eat it instead. After walking for about 2 hours, they returned to the treehouse. Fengjiu turned around and looked at everyone. Finally, his gaze fell on Dufan. Dufan, set up a barrier here and watch over your subordinates. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. Dufan glanced at him and replied, yes. Then, he called everyone out and set up a barrier around them to prevent anyone from intruding. Inside, Bai Xiao asked, what about me? What do I have to do? Is there anything I can do to help? Go to the side, Fengjiu said. Then he said to Xianghua, sit down and give me your hand. Xianghua glanced at him, went to the table, sat down, and stretched out his hand. He watched as the young man stretched out his hand to feel his pulse, then took out a pen and paper to write on the side. In the end, he took out a lot of medicinal herb from his space and began to mix medicine on the table. Seeing the young man's skillful movements, Xianghua's eyes moved slightly. He wanted to ask several times, but he held back. Chapter 786. Xianghua looked at the bottle of dark green liquid. His eyes moved slightly, but he still didn't say anything. He picked it up and drank it in one gulp. Go to the small bed in the treehouse and lie down, she ordered without raising her head. She picked up some herbs and took out a small medicine stove from the space and handed it to Bai Xiao. Boil this for me. Boil 2 bowls of water into half a bowl. Oh, Bai Xiao responded and hurriedly went to boil the medicine. Xianghua went up to the treehouse. It didn't take long for him to feel a little dizzy. He held the bed and lay down. It didn't take long for him to lose consciousness. At the table under the tree, Fengjiu began to prepare the restoration medicine. Fortunately, the medicinal materials in her space were very sufficient. She had almost all the medicinal materials needed for restoration. However, the medicine to restore the golden elixir was not so easy to refine. This was her first time experimenting. As time passed, Xianghua was still asleep in the treehouse. Fengjiu was still preparing the medicine, and Bai Xiao had poured out the medicine. The medicine is ready. Should I give it to him? Bring it over. I'll add something. She gestured for him to bring the boiled medicine over. Bai Xiao walked forward with the medicine in her hands. She took out some kind of medicinal powder and mixed it into the bowl. The originally pitch-black bowl of medicine seemed to have a little bit of green light floating around it. It was very strange. He fainted. Give it to him bit by bit. Don't waste it. She handed the bowl to him and instructed. Okay, I know. Bai Xiao carried the medicine up and really poured it down his throat with a spoon. It took half an hour for him to finish the bowl of medicine. After he came down, he couldn't help but ask, Fengjiu, why don't you let him drink it himself when he's awake? When I gave him the medicine before, his whole body was in a state of dormancy. The medicine he drinks now will go straight to his dantian and directly repair the golden elixir. Only in this way can the effect of the medicine not be lost. It can have a very good effect. Hearing this, he nodded his head in confusion and didn't ask any more questions. Help me deal with the medicine here. That's it. Crush it for later use. All right. Bai Xiao came to the side to help. Both of them were busy with their own tasks. As time passed, the people outside the barrier were getting impatient. Boss, are we just going to let them do as they please? A muscular man asked. Boss, will you follow them? Boss, why don't we charge in and kill all 3 of them? Dufan glanced at them coldly and said, all of you, stand guard at a proper distance from each other. Don't drag me down. His bloodthirsty gaze swept across the crowd. If anyone dares to have any thoughts, don't blame me for ending his life first. Hearing this, although everyone was dissatisfied, They did not dare to talk about that topic again. Some of them sat in groups of 3 or 5, some said that they were going out to hunt some game, and some sat under a tree to rest. All of them were waiting. They wanted to know if the red-robed youth could really repair the damaged golden cores. Du stared at them. After seeing that they had all sat down in an orderly manner, he then sat under a tree with half-closed eyes. His mind was spinning rapidly. Time passed, and night fell. The faint roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from the forest. In this pitch-black night, it gave people a kind of penetrating and dangerous aura. Chapter 787. In order to repair the gold core, in addition to the assistance of medicine, she also needed to use golden needles to pierce the acupoints and supplement it with spiritual power to have a miraculous effect. This golden needles piercing the acupoints was her own unique acupuncture technique. Even in this immortal cultivation world, there was no one who could use this kind of acupuncture technique. In other words, she could repair the damaged gold core, but other people might not be able to do it. Bai Xiao stood aside and watched with bated breath, not daring to disturb him. She noticed that each golden needle was condensed with spiritual power visible to the naked eye. With the rotation of the golden needle, the spiritual power seeped into the body. Finally, she watched as Fengjiu moved his hand away, but the golden needle was still there, trembling slightly. She watched as Fengjiu took out another golden needle and inserted it into a different acupoint with the same technique. Again, each golden needle had a spiritual power visible to the naked eye. The unconscious Xianghua's upper body was naked, and his body was covered in beads of sweat. His face was red from time to time, and as more and more golden needles fell, his body began to condense spirit energy. This spirit energy seemed to be stimulated by the golden needles, and it seemed to be resonating with each of the golden needles. Wipe my sweat. Fengjiu raised his head slightly, twirling a golden needle in his hand. Bai Xiao heard him and hurriedly went forward to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Well, her task here was to wipe his sweat. It wasn't until midnight that Fengjiu pulled out all the golden needles from Xianghua's body and fed him medicine again. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief and walk to the side to find a place to rest. Fengjiu water. Bai Xiao handed him water and asked, "How is he? Is he okay?" "Tonight is the repair period. It will probably be repaired tomorrow morning." She took a sip of water and said, "Stay here and guard me tonight. You can also find a place to rest." So, the damaged gold core can really be repaired? He was a little surprised because he didn't believe it from the beginning. Even though he saw the way he inserted the needles, he still had some doubts. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu raised his eyebrows. "What? Do you really think I'm lying to you?" She chuckled. "Otherwise, why do you think Old White can speak? Didn't you say that Lao Bai ate one of your pills by mistake?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was slightly stunned. That's right. If he really didn't have the ability, how could he refine medicinal pills? Moreover, it was the kind of pill that could make beasts speak. That's why I said, "You'll have meat to eat if you follow me, right?" She patted his shoulder and smiled. "Xiao Bai. It's Bai Xiao." He was a little displeased. "Little White suits you better." She chuckled and said, "Little White, let me tell you, there are too many benefits to following me. Look, after I conquer the Tianyuan Palace, I'll make you a protector. How about that? From now on, you'll be a beast tamer of the Tianyuan Palace. You need to practice your skills quickly. Even if you can't defeat your opponent, you can still use your familiars to fight. Do you understand? But I'm just a beast tamer, not a beast tamer." Chapter 788. It doesn't matter if you can't beat them. Tame Beastie and let it fight for you. You'll definitely be able to beat them to a pulp. At that time, you'll be so powerful. When you return to your family in the future, won't everyone fawn over you when they see you? Don't you think so? Upon hearing Fengjiu's words, Bai Xiao was completely intoxicated by the future she had planned for him. Listening to it, she felt that it was really the case. She could not help but feel excited. So, even if my combat strength is not good, as long as I become a beast tamer, I can let Beastie fight for me. His eyes were shining, and there was unconcealable excitement in his words. Of course. Fengjiu nodded affirmatively. So, Beast tamers have a very bright future. Fengjiu, don't worry. I'll definitely work hard and won't let you down, he said confidently. The little bit of lack of confidence and timidity in his heart had long been replaced by excitement and exhilaration. Well, I have faith in you. Good luck. She patted him on the shoulder and said, I'll take a rest first. As she spoke, she took out a cloak and covered herself with it. Then, she sat back and closed her eyes to rest. The night seemed to pass by peacefully. That night, Du Fan completed the task given by Fengjiu very well. He guarded the formation and did not let anyone step inside. Last night, two big men wanted to enter while he was resting, but they were both killed by him. Perhaps the bloody scene shocked everyone and made them stop thinking about it. At dawn, Fengjiu, who was in the treehouse, examined Xianghua's body. He covered his dantian with his palm and probed his damaged golden elixir. When his divine sense detected that the golden elixir had been completely repaired, and Xianghua's aura had also been raised from a great spiritual master to the level of a golden elixir practitioner, he withdrew his hand with satisfaction. Fengjiu, his aura has now returned to the level of a golden elixir practitioner? Bai Xiao squatted next to him and asked. Yes, I've recovered. With the help of medicine, I've directly become a peak Jindan stage cultivator. A confident smile appeared between her brows. She knew that there was nothing that Fengjiu couldn't do. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao's eyes flashed and she asked, Fengjiu, can you treat my father as well? She raised a brow. Your father also injured his core formation? Didn't I tell you before? I'm from the beast taming clan. In fact, our clan calls us beast taming, but the only one who truly knows how to tame beasts is our clan's ancestor. He truly knows how to tame beasts. Us juniors, including my father's generation, can only be considered beast tamers, not beast tamers. Originally, my father had the highest chance of becoming a beast tamer. However, one year, a ferocious beast injured his golden core. After that, nothing happened. So, I was thinking that if you can really repair his golden core, why don't you help my father repair it too? He looked at him with a hopeful expression. Upon hearing this, she narrowed her eyes and smiled slyly. About that. Actually, it's not impossible, but hee. But what? Tell me first. Are you one of my people? She stared at him like a fox and asked, what do you mean by one of your people? Don't tell me you really have that kind of hobby. He looked at her with a horrified expression and couldn't help but take a step back. Chapter 789. What do you mean? He asked with a frown as he touched his aching head. Hearing this, Fengjiu sighed. I'm really curious. How did you survive until now after leaving the family for so long? She had no choice but to make things clear when she met such an ignorant person. It means that you have to be loyal to me and can't betray me. Deal? Hearing this, he thought for a moment. Well, actually it's possible. It means that I recognize you as my master, right? I submit to you, and then you protect me and my family? You seem to be quite strong, so you should have the ability to protect my family. So of course I'll do it. Fengjiu glared at him. She wanted to take back what she had just said. This guy was just pretending to be stupid. With one sentence, he directly asked her to protect his family. You should hurry up and train your familiar. Otherwise, I'll lose too much. As the two were talking, they heard Xianghua move on the bed. They looked at him and saw his hand move. Not long after, he opened his eyes. You're awake? Fengjiu stood by the bed and looked at Xianghua, who turned over and sat up. He couldn't hide the excitement on his face. How do you feel? The spiritual force in my body is abundant and vigorous. That's the aura of the peak of the golden elixir realm. He looked shocked and looked at Fengjiu. You really repaired my golden elixir and promoted my cultivation to the peak of the golden elixir realm? What do you mean, you? From now on, you have to call me master, Bai Xiao said from the side. Just call me ninth young master, Fengjiu said with a smile and squinted her eyes. Hearing this, Xianghua immediately knelt on one knee and saluted. Greetings, ninth young master. Thank you for your great kindness. Repairing the golden elixir was a great kindness. In this life, there was no harm in acknowledging her as his master. Get up. She gestured, moved her hand slightly, and took out the Qing Feng sword. She asked, Xianghua, do you recognize this? Xianghua looked at the seven-star gorgeous sword. After the sword was opened, a green light burst out. The words faintly appeared on the sharp sword blade, made his eyes narrow. Qing Feng's sword. That's right, it's the Qing Feng sword. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Apart from your familiarity with the Heavenly Yuan Palace, more importantly, you're the first guardian of the Heavenly Yuan Palace. You're also the person who followed my master, Chu Batian. Young master's master is the palace lord. He widened his eyes in shock. He didn't expect the young man in front of him to have a master-disciple relationship with the palace master. Immediately, he asked, "What about the palace master?" "He's now. The Heavenly Yuan Palace declined decades ago, and he passed away decades ago. I only became his disciple because I was fated to meet him. I followed the will he left behind to find the Qing Feng sword and rebuild the Heavenly Yuan Palace." At this moment, she did not have her usual playful and lazy expression. Instead, she was cold and serious. "Therefore, I need your help. I want the Heavenly Yuan Palace, which has been in decline for decades, to regain its prestige." Hearing this, he was so excited that his eyes reddened. "Back then, I followed the palace lord and was promoted to left guardian by him. At that time, I was only in my early 20s and was only a great spiritual master. Who would have thought that after so many years, I would be able to see the Qing Feng sword again and hear about rebuilding the Heavenly Yuan Palace?" Chapter 790. Seeing this, Bai Xiao hurriedly said, "Me too. Let's go. I came here to look for you. Now that I've found you, it's time to go out," she said with a smile, stepped out of the treehouse, and jumped down directly from the top. She led the two people behind her out of the formation and went outside. When the people outside heard the footsteps, they all turned to look at the three people. When their eyes fell on Xianghua, they were shocked and looked at Fengjiu in disbelief. This young man really repaired the broken gold core? The pressure on Xianghua's body was no longer the same as what they had seen yesterday. In just one day, he had really raised his cultivation back to its original level. Du Fan's eyes swept over Xianghua and fell on Fengjiu, and his eyes lit up. He really didn't misjudge him. The people in front of them couldn't help but make way for them. They all retreated to the sides and watched the three of them walk all the way forward. At this time, Du Fan saluted the crowd and said, "Brothers, we'll meet again someday." As he spoke, he quickly followed the three people in front of him. "Boss, are you really going to go with them?" A man blocked him and asked angrily. "Of course I can go out. Why would I choose to stay here with an unfathomable master?" Du Fan revealed a smile. Looking at the murderous glints in their eyes and the bloodthirsty ferocity that permeated the air, he immediately said, "As brothers, I advise you not to make a move. If you make a move, the ones who will die in the end will definitely be you. Risking your lives won't change anything, so why gamble your lives?" Hearing this, they all gritted their teeth, but they didn't move. They could only watch him leave quickly, catch up with the three people in front of him, and disappear from their sight. Damn it, he really left just like that. We've always called him boss, but at this time, he abandoned us and left. He really doesn't have the code of brotherhood. A burly man glared at Du Fan's departing figure and cursed loudly. "Well, what's there to be angry about? Don't tell me you wouldn't leave if it were you. It's the same no matter who it is. What real brother or fake boss? They're just making do with each other. If it weren't for the fact that they want to live a better life here, who would acknowledge a brat as their boss?" Hearing this, the originally angry crowd gradually calmed down. This was originally the case. There was indeed nothing to be angry about. They were all cruel and bloodthirsty people. How could they treat a person with sincerity? In the end, they were just using each other. On the other side, Fengjiu and the others walked out. Around noon, when they were about to leave the boundary, Fengjiu stopped and looked at the three of them. "I'm only going to say this once. Remember it well." Her voice was leisurely and indifferent, but there seemed to be a hint of warning in it. "I hate betrayal the most. If I find out one of you betrayed me one day, then it won't be a matter that can be resolved with just one death." When she heard this, Bai Xiao immediately said, "Don't worry, young master. I'll absolutely not betray you." "Me too," Xianghua said in a low voice. Du Fan looked at Fengjiu and said, "My life belongs to Master. Without Master, there would be no me. In this life, I'll betray anyone but Master." Chapter 791. As soon as the oath of heaven and earth appeared, the light shot into his glabella. Seeing this, Fengjiu nodded and said to the three of them, "Let me tell you about my identity. My name is Fengjiu, the princess of the Phoenix Dynasty, a ninth-rank country. In addition to this identity, I also have another identity, the Ghost Doctor. Currently, I'm studying alchemy in the Star Cloud realm. Since you followed me, you should know something about me. As for other things, I'll tell you on the way." "Wait, princess." Bai Xiao looked at Fengjiu with his eyes wide open. "So, you're a woman? What's wrong with being a woman?" She raised her eyebrows and glanced at him. Being glanced at by her, Bai Xiao was startled and quickly said, No, I was just thinking that you're a woman. No wonder old Bai stuck to you and refused to leave as soon as he saw you. Let's go." She took out 3 jade tokens and gave them to the three of them. After leading them out of the bounded domain, they first went to the nearest town. Because Xianghua and Du Fan didn't have anything in the forest, and even the clothes they were wearing were taken from others, she gave each of them a chinquan bag as soon as they entered the city and asked them to buy some things that they often used. "Let's meet at the restaurant in front of us in the evening." She pointed to the restaurant in front of them and said a few words. Then she left first, intending to find the local forces of Yandian to inquire about the current situation of Tianyuan Palace. After walking around the city, her eyes fell on a loft. Looking at the 3 words Cool Breeze Restaurant, she remembered the time when Hui Lang was thrown here. She couldn't help but smile. She paused for a moment and then walked in. "Young master, it's still early. Our restaurant hasn't started business yet," the man lying lazily on the couch said without even opening his eyes. Fengjiu glanced at the man. He was wearing a purple robe with a jade pendant hanging from his waist. His face was covered with a book, and there were 2 identical twin guards standing beside him. "Ren Xiang?" Hearing this, the person lying down moved, and the book covering her face slid down. Fengjiu glanced over, and the little pornographic pictures on the book made her mouth twitch. Reading pornographic books in broad daylight, it was no wonder that he was the owner of a brothel. Ren Xiang opened his eyes and glanced at the person who had come. With his glance, he immediately jumped up and surrounded Fengjiu with shining eyes. He clicked his tongue and said, "Isn't this the ghost doctor who has bewitched my master? Why are you here? You even know that I'm running the Cool Breeze gang here?" Fengjiu chuckled when he heard this nonsensical remark. "I heard from Hui Lang that you're in charge of this brothel. I just happened to pass by, so I came in to take a look." As she spoke, her eyes fell on his face, which was more outstanding than Hui Lang and Ying Yi's. "It's really better to see you in person than to hear about you." "Same here." He smiled meaningfully and made a gesture of invitation. "It's rare for you to come here. No matter what, I have to treat you to a cup of wine. Come, there's a courtyard behind." "Okay." She nodded and followed him to the back. When they arrived at a courtyard behind, the 2 sat down at a table in the courtyard. The twin guards served them tea and then retreated to the side. Ren Xiang looked at Fengjiu, who was dressed in men's red clothes, and said with a smile, "What can I do for you to come here?" Chapter 792. "That's right. I'm here to find out about the Tianyuan Palace." She directly stated her intentions. Tianyuan Palace? This faction has been causing a lot of trouble in Qingtung recently. However, they're divided into 2 factions and have been fighting amongst themselves. Many factions have already set their eyes on them. "Why, are you interested in this faction too?" He gently scraped the tea and glanced at her as he spoke. You can say that." Hearing this, Ren Xiang took a sip of tea and put down the teacup, saying, "This faction is a little messy now, and the people in one of the factions are ruthless, causing many aristocratic families and factions to be unhappy. I just received news yesterday that one of the villains has set their eyes on the 100 Years Mountain. However, the 100 Years Mountain is owned by a small family, and that family has been there for generations. However, it seems that they intend to exterminate the family. The people of the Tianyuan Palace are much more ruthless than our Yen Hall." Hearing this, Fengjiu's face darkened, asking, "What about the other faction?" Are they just going to let them do whatever they want? There are fewer people in that faction. It is said that they used to follow the left guardian Xianghua. There were originally 50 to 60 people, but the leader of the villains is a nascent soul cultivator. He has been looking for opportunities to kill people in that faction, and now there are less than 20 people left. I think that even if they want to fight back, they don't have the strength. As he spoke, his voice paused. Seeing her slightly darkened face, he asked, "Are you really interested in this faction? Do you need our help? Just give me all the information you have, and I can handle the rest," she said in a low voice. He smiled. "All right, but if you need help, don't forget about me. Master said that if you need any help, I will fully cooperate with you. Yin Hall will also be at your disposal." Hearing this, her eyes moved slightly. She thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have news of him?" Ren Xiang held his chin with one hand and asked with a smile. Knowing the answer, "Who?" Feng Jiu glanced at him. "Of course it's your master." "Master?" He sighed and shook his head. "It's not too good." Hearing this, her heart jumped. Why is it not too good? Is it the 1,000-year frost poison in his body? Or is it because of other reasons? Both. Other than his body, his current situation isn't very good either. Seeing the unconcealable worry in her eyes, he said, "That's right. I received news that you were attacked some time ago. Then I passed the news to Master. I think he will be even more worried after hearing about you." Upon hearing this, Feng Jiu glared at him. "If you know, why are you still spreading it? Nothing happened to me. If you tell him about this, it will only make him worry. What's the point of telling him? Those people originally wanted to capture you to deal with Master. Since I was left behind by Master to keep an eye on you, naturally, I have to report any movements to my superiors, right?" He smiled and said, "I heard that you made a 10-year agreement with Master. Do you really plan to not see each other for 10 years? Hearing this, Feng Jiu chuckled. Her clear eyes swept him up and down with a smile. "Are you sure you're not a woman? Why are you more gossipy than a woman?" Chapter 793. Feng Jiu couldn't help but shake his head and smile. "I don't care about anything that can be robbed. So, you don't have to worry about us." "Okay." He smiled and asked, "It's getting late. How about I show you around the Cool Breeze gang? I remember this is a brothel, right?" She stared at him with a strange expression. "Yes, there are all kinds of handsome men here. If you want a seductive man, you can have a seductive one. If you want a strong man, you can have a strong man. Or a pretty boy. There are all kinds. See, there are also twins like this." He gestured to the two twin guards standing behind him. Hearing this, the two guards glanced at Feng Jiu at the same time. Then, they lowered their heads and consciously took a step back. "In the future, when I have the chance, I will tell your master about you showing me around the Cool Breeze gang. I believe he will be very interested in this news." Being rebutted, Ren Xiang smiled embarrassedly. "Actually, I was joking." "Yes, I know. I was also joking." She smiled back. The corners of Ren Xiang's mouth twitched. At this moment, he finally knew why his master had been completely controlled by her. At this moment, he finally knew why Grey Wolf was sent to the Cool Breeze gang by his master when they met. In the end, Ren Xiang could only give her the information about the Tianyuan Palace. Finally, he personally saw her out of the Cool Breeze gang. Before leaving, he asked, "Child phone, do you want me to send some people for you to use?" "No, I have people by my side." She waved her hand. "Thank you for the information. Well, if you encounter any trouble in the future, you can send someone to find me," he worriedly reminded her. "Okay." She turned around and smiled. Then she walked away. Seeing that it was still early, she didn't go to the inn. Instead, she went to the treasure house to see if there were any suitable weapons for the three of them. She went inside and chose a sword for Xianghua, a dagger for Bai Xiao, and a bag of silver needles. In the end, she didn't see any fan-like weapons, so she went to the shopkeeper. "Shopkeeper, do you have any fan-shaped magic artifacts here?" "A fan." The shopkeeper thought for a moment and said, "Yes, please wait for a moment. I'll go and show it to you." The shopkeeper went up to the second floor. Not long after, he took out a medium-sized box. "Sir, please take a look. This is a white jade fan, but there is a mechanism here. Moreover, this is a flying celestial device. In addition to being an offensive celestial device, It also has defensive power. Therefore, it is more expensive. This thing has been in our building for many years. What do you think, sir? Fengjiu looked at it and nodded. Not bad, I'll take it. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was overjoyed. He hurriedly put the fan back into the box and wrapped it up for Fengjiu. After calculating the bill, he even gave the bag of silver needles to her as a bonus. When she arrived at the inn, the three of them were already waiting there. Seeing her return, the three of them stood up. Master, young master. Fengjiu's gaze swept over the three of them. She saw that Xianghua had changed into a black robe. His beard was shaved, and he looked energetic. Du Fan had changed into a beige robe and was dressed like a scholar. His appearance was ordinary and unremarkable, but he was also upright. Chapter 794. When the three of them took a look at the things she handed over, they couldn't help but feel moved, especially Du Fan, who was even more delighted when he saw that it was a fan. Thank you, master. Thank you, young master. I have one too. Bai Xiao looked at the dagger and asked, but it's useless for me. I rarely use it. You wouldn't dare to kill anyone with it. It's for you to protect yourself. What do you think you're doing? Fengjiu rolled her eyes at him and motioned, sit down. Then, she beckoned the waiter to serve the dishes, and they ordered a table full of dishes and wine. After eating, have a good rest tonight. Tomorrow morning, Xiao Bai will go to the 100 Years Mountain with me. Xianghua, you and Du Fan will contact your former subordinates. After gathering them, secretly hide in the 100 Years Mountain and wait for orders. She said, pouring a cup of wine and drinking. Yes. Several people responded, eating while thinking about things. After the meal, Fengjiu went to the guest room to rest, while Xianghua and Du Fan went out of the inn, intending to contact their people in the area. The next morning, after Fengjiu said a few words to them, she set off with Bai Xiao to the 100 Years Mountain. Compared to looking for the people of Tianyuan Palace, she planned to go to the 100 Years Mountain to wait for them. It was more convenient and convenient. After flying for nearly a day, the two arrived at the foot of the 100 Years Mountain in the evening. Looking at the mountain, Fengjiu understood why the people of Tianyuan Palace were eyeing this place. It had to be said that this place was really good. It was surrounded by mountains on all sides, and there was only one exit. At the bottom of the mountain, there was some depression, forming a place like a valley. There were mountains and rivers around, and the environment was quiet and secluded. It was simply the best gathering place for forces, and the air was filled with smoke, looking like a fairyland. How do we get in? This place should be private, right? We'll probably be caught if we go in. Bai Xiao looked around and saw that they could only see the outside, but not the inside. She couldn't help but ask, do you think there will be an ambush inside? Hearing this, Fengjiu was speechless. If you were so careful in the past, you probably wouldn't have been buried alive. But look at this place, why is it strange? Normally, the location of the family should be in a bustling area, right? At least, that's the case in my family. But here, look, this place looks fine during the day, but at night, I think it will be a little creepy. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes flickered. She took a closer look and said, well, what you said makes sense. I was so focused on getting the information about the Tianyuan Palace that I forgot to ask about this clan. I only heard that it's a small clan that's not very influential. However, it's really strange that this clan chose to live here, right? I thought it was strange. This is the only place on this mountain, and there's only one clan. It's really strange. Bai Xiao said, seeing that the sky was darkening. He couldn't help but ask, young master, how do we go in? Or are we going to find a place to stay first? Of course we're going in. Why are we here if not going in? She looked at the sky and said, it's getting dark. We can go in and say that we're lodging. Chapter 795. Seeing that she had stopped, Bai Xiao looked around and asked, what's the matter? Why aren't you moving? There's an array. She glanced around, and her gaze fell on the road under her feet. There's an array starting from here. Moreover, this array is not an ordinary maze array. She raised her eyes and looked ahead. A thoughtful look appeared in her eyes. Is this family really just a small one? Bai Xiao, who was following beside her, saw that she was thinking about something, so he didn't disturb her. Instead, he looked around. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see someone floating by not far away. However, when he looked again, the person disappeared. Could it be that I'm seeing things? He muttered and rubbed his eyes. What do you mean? Fengjiu asked. I think I saw someone just now, he said. Someone? That's impossible. There's no one else's aura around here except for the two of us, she said. Then, she added, there's a fog in here. I think you're seeing things. Follow me closely and don't get lost in the array. This maze array can change. Okay, I got it. He responded and followed closely beside her. Fengjiu was familiar with arrays, so he walked in the array with Bai Xiao without any trouble. However, when the two of them walked out of the maze array and were about to walk forward, a voice suddenly sounded in their ears. The two of you, this is not a place where you should be. Fengjiu was stunned. He immediately turned around and saw a figure looming in the fog on their left. The person was dressed in a black robe. His entire body was wrapped in the black robe. His eyes were like a pool of lifeless, stagnant water. They were gloomy and made people's heads tremble. Are you a human or a ghost? Bai Xiao was shocked and asked in a trembling voice. The person's gaze fell on Bai Xiao and then on Fengjiu. Go back. You shouldn't be here. The voice was light and deep as it drifted through the air. It sounded as if it was coming from all directions. If they hadn't seen the figure standing there, they wouldn't have been able to identify the source of the voice. Seeing this, Fengjiu came back to his senses. His eyes flickered as he cupped his fists and said, Senior, we have no ill intentions. We just want to give your residents a reminder and a piece of news. The man looked at Fengjiu quietly. Speak. Senior, have you heard of the Tianyuan Palace? She asked. Yes. The black-robed man responded and didn't say anything else. Seeing this, Fengjiu simply told him about the Tianyuan Palace's intention to occupy the 100 Years Mountain. Finally, she said, because there's a nascent soul cultivator, several golden core cultivators, and many foundation establishment cultivators among them, I wanted to come over and warn you. If the strength of the mansion does not allow it, please avoid them as soon as possible. Thank you. You may leave. The black-robed man didn't leave. He just stood there and stared at the two of them. Goodbye. Fengjiu didn't stay for long. He cupped his fists and left with Bai Xiao. The black-robed man watched the two of them walk into the formation. Not long after, their figures disappeared in front of him. Only then did he turn and leave. Chapter 796. We're leaving just like that. Bai Xiao looked back. That strange person had disappeared, and that dangerous aura had also disappeared. Yes, this place is not right. We can't go in again. As she spoke, she led him out of the array and to the foot of the mountain. She said, We'll wait for Xianghua and the others at the foot of the mountain. We can't go in. Isn't that person very powerful? When he appeared, all the hair on my body stood up. It's not that the hair on your body stood up when he appeared. It's just that the cold air inside is heavier. Moreover, as the sky darkens, the cold air becomes heavier. So I think there should be something dirty inside. What? Something dirty? The kind that's light as a feather? His voice trembled as he asked. His face had also turned pale for a few days. He had been wandering outside for so long, but he had never encountered such a thing. How could he have encountered such a thing after only following her for a few days? Yes, I'll get someone to investigate this place later. How about this? You go into the city and wait for me. I'll wait here for Xianghua and the others. I'll go into the city to find you after they arrive. All right, take this and go to the city to find a shop with the pattern on the token. Then ask them for information about the 100-Year Mountain. She gestured for him to leave first. Bai Xiao took the token and looked at her worriedly. He asked, You want me to go first? Then what about you? This place is so dangerous. Can you do it alone? Don't worry. I'm not going in. Hurry up and go. Go into the city before it gets dark. She instructed him. All right then. Anyway, I'm not good at fighting and can't help you much. I won't hold you back here. I'll go into the first inn in the city and wait for you. You can go there to find me. As he spoke, he put away the token and headed in the direction of the city. After watching him leave, Fengjiu looked back at the strange mountain. She also left and went to a tree by the mountain path to find a place to wait for Xianghua and the others. That night, Xiang Hua and the rest did not appear, nor did the group from the Heavenly Yuan Palace. However, she noticed that there seemed to be some sort of light drifting about the 100-Year Mountain. As the night deepened, a faint and strange sound rang out. The next day, everything was as usual. The 100 Years Mountain looked like an ordinary mountain. She noticed that some woodcutters and herb gatherers would occasionally enter the mountain by mistake and walk out safely after circling inside. On the night of the second day, the surroundings were still quiet. There seemed to be a faint, gloomy chi in the air. The night seemed to be very peaceful and nothing happened. However, on the third day, the people of the Tianyuan Palace came under the lead of the Yuanying Realm Cultivator. There were about 100 people, each of them emitting a ferocious aura. They strode towards the 100 Years Mountain. Seeing nearly 100 people enter, her eyes flickered. After waiting for about half an incense stick's worth of time, she saw Xiang Hua and Du Fan arrive with about 20 people. Therefore, she took a leap and arrived at the mountain path. "Young master, master," the two called out. After they came to her side, Xiang Hua introduced them to her. "They are all from the Tianyuan Palace. They are also the brothers I found. I have already told them that you are the disciple of the palace master. They are all willing to follow you." Chapter 797. Fengjiu's gaze swept over them. There were only 21 people. They all looked middle-aged, but in fact, they were definitely more than 30 or 40 years old. Among them, 15 were in the Foundation Establishment realm, and the other 6 were in the Gold Core realm. Compared to the people she saw before, these people were not as ferocious as the previous people, although they had a murderous aura. However, there was still a strong smell of blood on their bodies. Obviously, they had killed many people. She nodded. "Since everyone is here, let's go." With that, she walked into the city. However, the people who heard her words were stunned. One of them asked, "Young master, they have entered the 100 Years Mountain. Are we not going in?" "I'm not going in." She didn't stop walking and didn't even look back. The person behind her frowned and asked in a bad tone, "Then why are we here if we don't go in?" Originally, they wanted to follow her because they heard from Protector Xiang that she was capable and was the disciple of the palace master. Now, it seemed that she was just SOSO. Fengjiu, who was in front, stopped and glanced back at that person. "Are you questioning me?" Seeing this, Xiang Hua hurriedly said, "Young master, Ah Chong didn't mean that. It wasn't that he hadn't seen her kill people, and it wasn't that he hadn't seen her ruthless appearance. Therefore, he knew that her dignity was not to be offended. I just want to ask, why don't we go in? Didn't we come here to stop them from killing people and forcibly occupying the land?" The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice, ignoring Xiang Hua's signal. "Presumptuous. Just obey the master's words. Why do you ask so many questions?" Du Fan shouted and glared at the middle-aged man named Ah Chong. "We heard from Protector Xiang that you are the disciple of the palace master, so we followed you. We thought that you must be extraordinary. However, we were slightly disappointed when we saw you. Could it be that you are afraid because they outnumber you? You don't dare to fight with them? If so, why did you say that you want to reform the Tianyuan Palace? Why did you say that you want to restore the prestige of the Tianyuan Palace?" Fengjiu ignored him and looked at Xiang Hua. "Are these the people you brought?" Hearing this, Xiang Hua lowered her head. "I'm sorry, young master." No matter what kind of explanation he gave, it was futile. The further they were apart, the further they were apart. Immediately, he stepped forward and kicked the middle-aged man, forcing him to kneel on the ground. "Apologize to young master. Protector Xiang, let me go." The middle-aged man struggled. "He's just a brat. He's not worthy of my kneeling." When Xiang Hua called them over, he only told them that Fengjiu was Chu Beishan's disciple and the one who held the Qingfeng sword. The others didn't tell them much, so they also thought that Fengjiu was a man. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and said, "Let him go." Seeing this, Xiang Hua glanced at her, then let go of his hand and let the man stand up. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stood up, he threw a punch at Fengjiu and shouted angrily, "I want to see how much ability you inherited from the palace master." "Chong, you stop." Xiang Hua was shocked. When he wanted to step forward, he was stopped by the others. "Protector Xiang, just wait and see. You said that you brought us to follow this brat. No matter what, we have to see what kind of ability he has. Is such a person really worthy of holding the Qingfeng sword to become our palace master? Chapter 798. Looking at the fist that was swinging towards her, she glanced at it coldly, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. It has always been me who sees if others are qualified or not. No one has ever dared to see if I am qualified or not. You want to fight with me? You're far from qualified. As soon as she finished speaking, a silver needle shot out from her hand and shot into the middle-aged man's acupoint. With just one needle, he fell to the ground with a bang. The others were shocked. Just as they were about to step forward, they heard Fengjiu's voice. Didn't you want to go in? I'll let you in. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Du Fan. Throw him in. Yes. Du Fan responded. He picked up the man on the ground and rushed up the mountain. When the people behind him saw this, they all frowned and stared at Fengjiu with unfriendly expressions. After about the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Du Fan walked out. However, at this time, his expression was somewhat strange. He came in front of Fengjiu and cupped his hands. Master, I've thrown him in. Then, he stood behind her in an orderly manner. Fengjiu looked at them. You can go in too. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left. Du Fan followed behind her. Seeing this, Xianghua glanced at them and shook his head. He hurriedly left with Fengjiu. When the 20 people saw this, their faces darkened. It's just a brat. He's too arrogant. You want us to follow such a person? You don't know what you're talking about. Let's go. As they spoke, they all turned and walked up the mountain. They didn't intend to follow this youth with their lives. Now, they felt that he wasn't worth following. As the sky gradually darkened, the faint sounds of insects could be heard from the underbrush. When the 20 people arrived at the top of the mountain and walked along the road, a gust of night wind blew, causing goosebumps to rise on their bodies. Why is it colder on the mountain than at the foot of the mountain? Yes, I feel it too. A gust of wind blew, and it's a little strange. Wasn't Ah Chong thrown in? Why don't I see anyone? Wait, why don't I hear their voices in here? Even if hundreds of people came in, it shouldn't be so quiet, right? The group of people chatted as they walked inside. However, they found that after walking one round, they were back to the same place. There's an array here? We actually managed to get out. Where's Shaolin? He knows formations. Let him lead the way. Someone shouted and turned around to take a look. A man in his 30s was pushed forward in the middle of the crowd. This formation is a little strange. I feel a little uneasy as I walk, as if the route will change. As he spoke, he was a little hesitant, but he was pushed by the others, so he could only brace himself and lead the way. However, after walking around, they came to a place where the fog was thicker. He said, "The fog ahead is thicker, and the sky is dark. Follow closely, don't get separated." He didn't turn around, so he didn't know that the number of people behind him was decreasing one by one. However, there are still so many footsteps. Why does it seem like there's no bottom in here? Even after walking for so long, we still haven't gotten out of this formation. It doesn't seem like an ordinary maze formation. Chapter 799. Ghost. There's a ghost. There's a ghost in this place. This piece of information echoed in his mind, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Hearing the footsteps behind him and hearing the occasional response, he only felt his heart trembling. He had heard that there were ghosts in this world, spirits, ghost cultivators, and the like, but he had never encountered one. At this moment, he finally understood why Fengjiu and the rest did not come in. It turned out that they already knew something was wrong with this place. No wonder the hundreds of people who came in did not make a sound. Could it be that they were all delayed by the ghosts? If that was the case, then they really did not have to come in. Their group was already gone, so why would they come in to die? Ta-ta-ta. The footsteps sounded a little messy, as if they were walking behind him. The chilly wind blew, accompanied by the faint rustling of leaves and plants. He did not know if it was an illusion, but there seemed to be a strange laughter coming from the darkness. He broke out in a cold sweat and did not dare to look back. Along the way, he pretended that he did not know what was happening behind him. Step by step, he walked out of the array, saying, Let's go. I can't enter this place." "It's okay. I know the way. I'll bring you in. The eerie voice behind him scared him so much that he finally could not help but cry out in alarm. He broke into a run, but at this moment, a pair of cold hands reached out from nowhere and grabbed his feet, dragging him away. It's okay. I know the way. I'll bring you in. Ah, no, no. Up the scream pierced through the night sky, echoing in the night. However, it seemed that this voice was blown away by the night wind, and only a faint sound drifted out. It was late at night, and the 100 Years Mountain was still quiet. Only in the depths of the mountain, there seemed to be a house, with faint flickering lights. Du Fan, who followed Fengjiu into the city, was silent and did not speak. He only looked at Fengjiu from time to time, wondering how she knew. The ghosts in this world were not tolerated by the secular world. Just like the ghost cultivators, they could only live in the dark. Even if they cultivated and could walk under the sun, they were still ghost cultivators in the end. Mentioning them would only make people retreat. Normally speaking, the majority of people who died would only become ghosts. If they did not enter the path of reincarnation, they would be reduced to ashes after floating in the world for a period of time. As for those who died with a strong sense of resentment and unwillingness, their souls would deepen after death, and they would become malicious ghosts and evil spirits. Those like ghost cultivators were even rarer because they needed opportunities. It was just like how ordinary people had to step onto the path of cultivation. Not everyone could do it. As for ghosts, not everyone could see them. Because of this, many people said that they were even scarier than cultivators because they didn't know when they would be haunted by evil ghosts. However, once one's cultivation reached a certain level, ordinary ghosts would not be able to get close to a cultivator. In fact, for some people whose aura was stronger and fiercer, those ghosts would not be able to get close to them. What he was curious about was, how did his master know that there was something strange about that place? How did he know that once they entered, they would not be able to leave? Could it be that she had already explored the way? However, if she had really explored the way, how could she walk out unharmed? Chapter 800. Fengjiu, who was walking leisurely into the city, smirked. His eyes were cold, and his tone was indifferent. That will depend on their abilities. Xianghua's heart sank. Depend on their abilities? Did this mean that the odds were against him? What was so strange about that place? Could it stop her from getting involved in it, or even saying those words? They were silent all the way until they reached the inn. Bai Xiao, who had been waiting at the entrance of the inn for 3 days, saw them return. She immediately waved her hand and shouted, young master, I'm here, I'm here." He ran over to Fengjiu's side and looked him up and down. "Are you okay? You didn't come back for so many days. I thought you were delayed by ghosts." Fengjiu knocked his head as soon as he said those words without thinking. "You won't be delayed by me." She laughed and knocked his head. "Did you get the information?" He grinned and scratched his head. "It was delivered yesterday. Let's talk inside." She nodded with a smile and walked into the room he had booked. Xianghua, who had followed them in, heard Bai Zhao's words, and his eyes narrowed. He was one step behind and pulled Du Fan. "Du Fan, you've been in there. Is it true that?" "I didn't see it, but there was something wrong with it. There was also a formation. If I wasn't familiar with formations, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to walk out of it." Speaking of this, he paused for a moment. After being together for so long, you should have some understanding of Master's character. Those people were seeking their own deaths, so they can't blame Master. You better not lose your sense of propriety. Don't forget how you got out of there. Hearing this, Xianghua's expression turned serious as he said, "Don't worry, I know my priorities." The two of them didn't mention it again. They went upstairs and entered the room. At the table in the room, Bai Xiao poured tea for Fengjiu and said, "I saw that you weren't back yet, so I read the information here. The 100 Years Mountain looks like an ordinary mountain to the outside world, but from the information here, it's very strange. It's really like a ghost mountain." He sat down beside her and said, "It says that some ordinary people go in and walk around before coming out again. Anyway, they can't go in. However, some cultivators go in and never come out again. Also, it said that this place is more creepy at night, and there are faint ghostly flames floating. The information made a guess that this place might be a ghost village, or perhaps the people of this family are raising ghosts. In short, it is a dangerous place. Fengjiu looked at the information and listened to by Xiao making a fuss. He couldn't help but smile. No matter how dangerous it is, you walked out of there. You didn't get dragged away at that time, so you don't have to worry. At that time, that person kept staring at you. I think that if you weren't there, I would definitely have been dragged away. He couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the black-robed man he met inside. After a long time, Fengjiu closed the information and handed it to Bai Xiao. The 100 or so people from the Tianyuan Palace went in and couldn't come out. That's good. I don't have to do it myself. She stood up and patted her robe. She said to them, "Find a room to rest. We'll stay here for 2 days. If there are no changes, we'll leave." As she spoke, she gestured for them to leave. Chapter 801. Outside, Xianghua hesitated and looked at Bai Xiao. "Let me see the information." Du Fan and Bai Xiao both looked at him. After a pause, Bai Xiao handed the information to him. "Take a look. I have to return it to them later." "Okay," Xianghua responded. After taking the information, he entered the other room that the waiter had booked. Bai Xiao said to Du Fan, "Shall we go downstairs to eat something?" "Okay." Du Fan nodded and went downstairs with him. They ordered a few dishes and ate. Halfway through the meal, Bai Xiao suddenly said, "She hasn't eaten yet, has she?" So she ordered 2 more dishes and asked the waiter to send them upstairs. An hour later, the door of the guest room upstairs opened and Xianghua came out. Seeing the 2 of them downstairs, he went downstairs and returned the information to Bai Xiao. Then he went back to his room. What's wrong with him? Why does he look so weird? After drinking half a bowl of soup, Bai Xiao asked the waiter to clear the dishes on the table. She looked at Du Fan and asked, "Didn't you go to contact those people? Why are only the 2 of you coming back with the young master?" Du Fan looked at Xianghua's back and said, "Those people went into the mountain." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao gasped. "Are you serious? They really went into the mountain? Isn't that a little too bold?" Du Fan stood up and went upstairs. "I'm going back to rest." Before Bai Xiao could say anything, he went upstairs first. Seeing that they were acting weird, Bai Xiao ignored them. She put away the information and planned to return it to them first. After all, they had told her that there was only 1 copy and she should return it after reading it. As the night deepened, the inn became quiet. However, at midnight, Xianghua opened the door and was about to go out when he saw a figure sitting on the railing in front of the door and looking at him. "Are you trying to cause trouble for Master?" Du Fan stared at him and asked coldly. Xianghua was silent for a long time before he said, "It is precisely because I don't want to cause trouble for young Master that I plan to go alone at night. There's no need to go. You won't see a single living person even if you go back. Even if you go, you'll just be adding another dead person. That place is so strange that even Master doesn't want to set foot in it. Why do you want to get involved in it? But I was the one who brought them here. They were originally going to follow that group of people. Even if you didn't lead them, they would still enter the mountain. You and Master have already reminded them. They were the ones who stubbornly insisted on going to their deaths. They can't blame anyone else." Hearing this, Xianghua remained silent and stood still. "Since you're already following Master, you have to follow Master's orders. Whether those people live or die, Master didn't say, so you don't have to care." After saying this, he got up and returned to his room. Xianghua stood at the door for a long time. He looked in the direction of the 100 Years Mountain and sighed softly before he turned and went back into his room. The next morning, Fengjiu was eating downstairs. At another table, Bai Xiao and Xianghua were drinking tea. After a while, Du Fan, who had gone out to inquire about the news, came in. "Master, none of those who went into the mountain came out again. They're all inside." "Yes," she responded. In her mind, she was thinking, what's going on with that family? Even if it was written in the information, it was only some guesses and some superficial things. It didn't mention anything about what was inside. Chapter 802. Someone asked me to give this to you. A 7 or 8-year-old child ran in, but before he could get close to Fengjiu, he was stopped by Du Fan. "Let him come over." Fengjiu gestured for him to step aside. "Someone asked me to give this to you." The child came in front of Fengjiu and handed him something, but his eyes were fixed on the snacks on the table, and he swallowed his saliva. Seeing this, Fengjiu took the thing and asked the waiter to pack some snacks while asking, "Who gave this to you?" It was a man in black. He said that he would give it to a big brother in red. Hearing this, Fengjiu opened it to take a look. When he saw the content of the invite-like post, his eyes moved slightly. "Young master, the snacks are ready." The waiter brought the snacks over. Fengjiu took it and handed it to the child. "For you." "Thank you." The child thanked him happily, took the packed snacks, and ran out quickly. She held the red invitation in one hand and tapped the table with the other. She looked outside with a thoughtful expression. She did not speak, and the three people beside her did not dare to ask. In the end, Bai Xiao could not help but ask, "Young master, what is that?" The family in the 100 Years Mountains sent an invitation. They said that they would hold a banquet for us in the evening. She said casually and tapped the red invitation lightly on the table. When the three people heard this, they were stunned. "How did they know that we live here?" Bai Xiao asked in a daze. Then she whispered, "They can't have been secretly following us, right? Sending an invitation for no reason? I don't think it's a good thing," Du Fan said. "Well, then tell me, why would they send this thing?" Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and looked at him. Du Fan paused for a moment, then said, "It's very likely that they have their eyes on Master." Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled and said lazily, "Even if they send an invitation, it doesn't mean that I have to go, right? But why would they have their eyes on me? I'm a little curious." "Young master, it's better not to go there. That place is full of ghosts. If you go there, you might not be able to come out," Bai Xiao said in a low voice. Just thinking about that place made his hair stand on end. "What are you nervous about? I didn't say I was going. Just throw this post away." She stood up and went back to her room. She really didn't want to go. That place looked like a ghost town. Who would want to go to such a ghost town for no reason? He was afraid that he would come back with some ghostly aura. Because she didn't plan to go, she threw this matter to the back of her mind. After returning to her room, she entered the space to cultivate, not taking this matter to heart. When the three people downstairs heard that she was not going, they ignored her. Only Xianghua was holding the card and wondering if the 20 or so people were still alive. He was a little hesitant, but he also knew that Fengjiu didn't say anything. He couldn't cause trouble for her. After all, even nascent soul cultivators didn't come out after going in, let alone her. Fengjiu was cultivating in his room, while Xianghua and Du Fan waited downstairs. Bai Xiao said that he was going out to buy something, but he didn't come back until evening. The two of them felt that something was wrong. One of them stayed, and the other went out to look for him, but they couldn't find him. Finally, they knocked on Fengjiu's door. Fengjiu, who opened the door, still looked a little sleepy. She looked at the two people in front of the door with a dignified expression and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. "What's wrong?" Chapter 803. Disappeared? What do you mean? Her eyes darkened and her voice turned cold. In the afternoon, he said that he was going out to buy some things and would be back soon. Who knew that he would be gone until now? I went out to look for him, but couldn't find him. I asked around, but there was no news. Du Fan frowned and said, "I even went to the city gates to ask around. However, the guards at the gates said that there were too many people going in and out, so they couldn't remember." Fengjiu walked out and went downstairs. When he arrived outside the inn, he looked at the sky and his eyes moved slightly. "Young master, do you think that the people from the 100 Years Mountain captured him?" Xianghua asked. She looked at him and asked, "Besides this, could it be anyone else?" They had only been here for a few days and had not made any enemies. Moreover, the person they captured was Xiaobai. Besides the people from the 100 Years Mountain, who else could it be? It seems that they were worried that I wouldn't go, so they captured Xiaobai. What's their purpose in forcing me to go? That day, she and Xiaobai had entered the array and the black-robed man had asked them to leave. But today, she didn't go, and they came looking for her. It's getting dark. "Mistress, should we go?" Du Fan asked as his gaze fell on her. "Go, how can we not go? Since they've captured someone to force me to go, if I don't go, would they let it go?" Her voice was cold as she said. She then said to the two of them, "The two of you can stay here. Mistress, I'll go with you." Du Fan said, "I'll go too." Xianghua also opened his mouth and looked at her. "There's no reason for us to stay here if young master goes. Moreover, I also want to see if they're dead or alive." Seeing this, she glanced at the two of them and said, Then let's go." With that said, she brought the two of them to the 100 Years Mountain. When they arrived at the 100 Years Mountain, the sky had already turned completely dark. When they were about to ascend the mountain, Du Fan lit a fire to illuminate the path. The air was still filled with a gloomy aura. Occasionally, a chilly wind would blow, causing people to involuntarily shiver. Fengjiu, who was walking in front, had a normal expression. It was just ghosts. It wasn't like she hadn't encountered them before. It was just that this place gave her a strange and dangerous feeling. She didn't want to set foot in here. Unexpectedly, she didn't want to come, but the people here wanted her to come. Since that was the case, she wanted to see what kind of ghost place it was. Wooded a voice drifted through the night, accompanied by a gust of chilly wind. It sounded like a ghost's howl, echoing faintly in the ears of the three. Before the voice had finished, the surrounding trees and bushes rustled, as if someone was walking, but they couldn't see the figure. Some footsteps that didn't belong to them sounded behind the three of them. They were messy but clear. Xiang Hua, who had walked to the back of the group, glared. He pulled out his sword and swept it behind him. Following the attack of the sword chi, there seemed to be a panicked voice. With a whoosh, the sword chi cut through the night sky. The footsteps behind them disappeared once again, as if they had never appeared. However, after the footsteps disappeared, a strange laughter faintly sounded in the air. That laughter came closer and closer until it seemed to stop right beside them. Chapter 804. Do you know the way? It's okay, I know the way. I'll lead the way. The faint words were accompanied by a chilling aura. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she let out a shrill scream. That shrill scream almost instantly cut through the night and broke the gloomy atmosphere inside. In an instant, the sound of a bird flapping its wings and flying rang out in the night. Du Fan and Xiang Hua's bodies were tense. It could be said that the two of them had been in a state of high tension ever since they stepped into this place, especially when they saw the strange and shocking white-colored ghost that had suddenly appeared before Fengjiu. They were terrified to the point their hearts jerked. They were just about to shout loudly when they saw Fengjiu flip her palm, and then a clump of flames caught the ghost off guard and incinerated it into nothingness. Seeing this scene, the moment they relaxed, they were even more shocked because they noticed that there was no aura of spiritual power surging from her body. However, at that moment, a cluster of flames surged from her hand and burned the ghost at a speed that was too fast for them to cover their ears. The ghost didn't even have time to escape. They thought that women would always be afraid of ghosts, and this kind of fear came from the bone marrow and was almost instinctive. But they never expected that she would be extremely calm as she looked at the ghost, and with a wave of her hand, she annihilated the ghost. "If I want to come in, do I need you to lead the way?" Fengjiu coldly snorted. She raised her hand, extinguished the flames, and continued walking forward. The two people behind her didn't dare to stay and quickly followed behind her. At this moment, Du Fan realized that his master's cultivation in arrays was above his. He had to look left and right carefully, but she walked casually. However, every point she stepped on was the eye of the array. The array that was originally changing only changed in the first part of the path, but it was almost like a straight road in the back. It was as if she had destroyed a ghost with a wave of her hand. On the way down, other than the strange noises that came from the night, there were no more ghosts around them. Even the footsteps that they had heard before did not appear again. When they walked out of the maze formation and arrived inside, they still saw a dense fog spreading out in the darkness. However, within this fog, there were faint green, ghostly flames leaping about. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but Xiang Hua and Du Fan saw that in the night, whether it was in the air, on the ground, on the trees, or in the bushes, there were faintly discernible ghosts. There were so many of them that they sucked in a breath of cold air. Fengjiu, who was in front, indifferently glanced around and saw all the ghosts. The chaotic and faint cries echoed in the air and drifted with the night wind. At this moment, the fog in front of them seemed to be pushed aside by someone. It automatically moved to the sides, revealing a winding path. A black-cloaked person appeared on the path. He raised his head slightly and looked at Fengjiu. "Please come in." That person turned slightly and gestured for them to enter. Fengjiu didn't look carefully that day. Now that he looked again, he realized that this black-cloaked person was actually a ghost cultivator. Chapter 805. They followed the ghost cultivator inside. Along the way, they encountered many floating ghosts. Perhaps it was because the ghost cultivator was leading the way, but the ghosts did not dare to approach them. However, they still stared at the three of them. As they walked, clusters of green the wisps lit up on both sides of the originally dark path, illuminating the winding path. In the fog, they seemed to be able to vaguely see a mansion in front of them. The mansion seemed to be right in front of them, but after walking for some distance, they still could not close the distance. Xianghua, who was following behind Fengjiu, glanced at the floating ghosts. A few familiar faces made his heart tremble. When he looked again, they were all dressed in white. Their hair was disheveled, and some of their white clothes were stained with blood. They floated in the air as if they did not know where to go. He noticed that the ghosts inside seemed to be unable to walk out of this mountain and could only float on it. The ghost cultivator in front of them stopped and pushed open the door of the mansion. A dry and calm voice came from the ghost cultivator's mouth. "My master has already prepared a feast to entertain you. Please." Fengjiu looked up and saw that there were only 2 words written on the mansion: Guame Mansion. She thought, it should be the ghost mansion. There were 2 stone lions at the door, and 2 red lanterns swaying gently in the night wind were hanging on the left and right of the door. The mahogany door was open, and the light inside was dim. The light was not strong, but it was still visible. When they walked in, they no longer saw ghosts, but ghost cultivators. The ghost cultivators were guarding the mansion like guards. There were men and women, and the women were like ordinary maids in a family. They were carrying things in their hands and walking back and forth, looking very busy. Under the ghost cultivator's lead, they walked all the way until they arrived at a bamboo forest. There was a banquet set up there, and the wisps were embellished in the forest, floating like in large fireflies. At the side of the long banquet table, the unconscious Bai Xiao was lying on a chair, and on the main seat was a seductive woman in a sexy red dress. The scant amount of clothing couldn't cover her voluptuous figure. The fabric on her body only vaguely covered her chest and buttocks. Even though the rest of her body was covered by a light veil, she was still nearly naked. Her long legs were crossed, and her snow-white slender legs were propped up on another chair. Her entire body was lazily leaning against the chair. Her fingers, which were dyed with black nail polish, were gently twirling the strands of hair that fell over her cheeks and playing with them. The woman was as beautiful as a seductress. The makeup on her face was smoky, which was rarely used by women. This makeup made her look even more seductive and charming. She looked to be about 25 years old, and her figure was extremely mature and voluptuous. Her skin was extremely white, and under the contrast of the red gauze, it was as flawless as white jade. Her entire body was emitting a seductive and dangerous aura. This was a stunningly beautiful woman who was enchanting, charming, and seductive. She was also a dangerous, stunningly beautiful woman. Moreover, this was a stunningly beautiful woman that she couldn't help but admire and praise. Even though she knew that the 2 of them were almost enemies in this situation, she couldn't help but say that the moment she saw this woman, she couldn't bring herself to hate her. It was because she was too beautiful. She was so beautiful that it was pleasing to the eye and made one's heart bloom with joy. Chapter 806. While Fengjiu was sizing up the girl was also sizing up Fengjiu. She liked to wear red and had seen many people wearing red, but there were not many who could bring out the flavor of red. The young man in front of her seemed to be one of them. He had an outstanding appearance and a charming temperament, but he also had an innate noble aura. His words and actions were free and easy, with a trace of laziness and elegance. It had to be said that the first time she saw this young man, she felt that he was quite pleasing to the eye. So pleasing to the eye that she had the urge to make him stay to accompany her. "Wang Yin Qianhua, what about you?" When the ghost cultivator who was waiting at the side saw that she really said his name, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He glanced at her and saw that she was looking at the red-clothed young man with interest, so he stood quietly at the side. "My name is Fengjiu." She smiled and walked forward to pull out a chair to sit down. "I originally thought that the owner of this 100 Years Mountain would be a terrible old man. I didn't expect that it would be such a beautiful girl like Big Sister. Seeing Big Sister, who is as beautiful as a flower, the anger in my heart has dissipated quite a bit. Your little mouth seems to be smeared with honey. Calling me Big Sister this and Big Sister, that makes my heart burst with joy." She lightly covered her red lips and chuckled. Her slender finger pointed and winked coquettishly. She seemed to be angry and smiling at the same time. It was very moving. "I rarely call someone Big Sister. Big Sister is the first. Who asked Big Sister to like me? AI. The more I look at you, the more pleasing I find you. I haven't met someone as interesting as you in a long time." She looked at Fengjiu with a smile in her beautiful eyes. "Not only is your appearance and temperament outstanding, but you are also more courageous than others. Most importantly, you are my liking." Xianghua, Du Fan, and the ghost cultivator saw that the two of them were actually familiar with each other and were chatting and laughing. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They were somewhat stunned and also somewhat confused. Why was the situation so different from what they imagined? These two should be meeting for the first time, right? Why did this scene seem like sisters who hadn't seen each other for a long time? They stood at the side and watched the two of them chatting as if there was no one else around. Occasionally, they would chuckle and blend into the scene. No matter how they looked at it, it was quite harmonious. However, that was only the two of them. For the three people standing at the side, they felt that this scene was extremely strange. Because the two people's tempers were originally a little strange, but when these two people with strange tempers met, they hit it off immediately. "Oh, in other words, elder sister asked me to come over because she knew that the Qing Feng sword was with me?" Fengjiu raised his eyebrows and glanced at Xianghua. It seemed that he must have let it slip to those people. Otherwise, how would they know? That's right. The Emerald Edge sword was originally an ancient divine sword. It said that it's quite good at killing ghosts. "I wonder if that's true?" she asked with great interest. "Yes, it's true." Fengjiu nodded his head. As he spoke, he had already taken out the Qing Feng sword and placed it on the table, placing it in front of her. "Elder sister, do you want to try?" Seeing this, Xianghua and Du Fan's hearts suddenly jumped and their eyes narrowed. She actually handed the Qing Feng sword over just like that? Wasn't she afraid that the woman would take it for herself? Seeing this, the ghost cultivator at the side also glanced at Fengjiu with a strange gaze. Seeing this, the reclining Wanyin Qianhua couldn't help but purse his lips and smile. He took the Qing Feng sword from the seven-star sword sheath and opened it slightly to take a look. A green light shot out. Chapter 807. Hearing this, Fengjiu curled his lips into a smile. "Although I just met you tonight, it feels like I've known you for a long time. From your bearing, I can tell that you're not from the Greenton Kingdom. After chatting with you for a while, I know that you are only interested in the Qing Feng sword. Since I dare to push the Qing Feng sword to you, I believe that you won't take it away from me." Hearing this, Wanyin Qianhua chuckled. "I think you have become a spirit. My brothers are not as strange as you. Then let me tell you one more thing. Although I like to dress as a man, I am not a man. I am a woman." She winked at her and said slyly. Hearing this, Wanyin Qianhua was stunned. "Ah, a woman? Where are your breasts?" As he spoke, his gaze fell straight on her flat chest. With a strange expression, he asked, "You're so flat?" Fengjiu's mouth twitched. She glanced at Xianghua and Du Fan, who lowered their heads in embarrassment. She coughed lightly and said, "Of course I can't compare to you, sister." He, of course. She covered her red lips and chuckled. She only took out a section of the Qing Feng sword. She glanced at it and did not touch it. Instead, she returned it to her. "Keep it. Since the Azure Edge sword is an ancient divine sword, it naturally isn't something that just anyone can obtain. Since you were able to obtain the Azure Edge sword, you naturally have it recognize you as its master. I won't have any ideas about this sword, because I discovered that you're even more interesting than this sword." Hearing this, she was stunned for a moment. She chuckled. "This is the first time someone has compared me with a sword. I don't know if I should cry or laugh. This means that your charm is greater than the ancient divine sword. Of course you should laugh." She sat up straight and poured 2 cups of wine. "Today, I have decided that you are my little sister." Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and raised her cup. "Sister, this cup is for you." She raised her head and drank it. "Good." Wanyan Xianhua also smiled and raised her cup. "After drinking this cup of wine, you will be my, Wanyan Xianhua's little sister in the future." She also drank it. Other than Bai Xiao, who was sleeping like a pig and snoring, the sober Xianghua and Du Fan did not know how to describe the scene in front of them. They thought it would be a fierce battle. Who knew that it would become a ceremony in the end? That's right, ninth sister, those 20 people are still being hung. They were the ones who told us that you have the Qing Feng sword in exchange for their lives. I originally wanted to teach them a lesson and not let them die. Since you are here, why don't I leave them to you to deal with them? They're still alive." Xianghua looked at Fengjiu in surprise. "Young master," Fengjiu frowned and glanced at Xianghua. "Xianghua, don't forget who you are. Do you think I will treat them well?" Xianghua's body stiffened. That's right. They betrayed the young master. In order to survive, they told him about the Qing Feng sword. It was already a capital offense. How could he beg his master to save their lives? "I have never shown mercy to betrayers. Sister, do what you need to do." She looked at Wanyan Xianhua and said, Chapter 808, 10,000 Ghost Banner. When Fengjiu heard this, he could not help but widen his eyes. Is it that little banner that looks like a small flag and is very powerful just by waving it around? So that's the use of all those ghosts outside? Oh, you've heard of it? Wanyan Xianhua looked at her in surprise. Logically speaking, no one should know about this place. I heard that the 10,000 Ghost Banner can summon the wind and rain after collecting the souls of tens of thousands of ghosts, causing the weather to change. In short, it's very powerful. I really didn't expect you to know about it. That's right, it is indeed so. Moreover, the more powerful the ghost, the more powerful it is. As she spoke, her hand moved and a black flag appeared in her hand. Look, she gestured to Fengjiu and then waved the flag in her hand. The ghosts outside flew back one by one and entered her small flag with a whoosh. Fengjiu's heart trembled when he saw this. He saw the white ghosts float in from outside and enter the small flag. The flag did not seem to grow bigger. It was just a small flag, but it surged with a cold and gloomy aura. As the flag danced, the bamboo in the bamboo forest also rustled in the wind. Too powerful. So many ghosts have been sucked in. Her eyes lit up and she said, Big sister, your flag is really a treasure. Hearing this, Wanyan Xianhua smiled and said, If you didn't say treasure, I wouldn't have thought about it. Since I've already recognized you as my little sister, how could I not give you a greeting gift? She raised her hand and put away the flag. Then she searched her body and finally took out a pendant from somewhere. Come a bit closer. She waved her hand. Fengjiu stood up and walked forward. When he arrived in front of her, he saw that she tied the pendant around her waist. She looked at it and saw that it was a very exquisite pendant. It was decorated with a few jade beads. Below, it was a small purple bell and a small gourd. The gourd looked like it was made of wood, but it was very exquisitely carved. It was very small, and there seemed to be an indecipherable pattern on it. Big sister, what kind of pattern is on this gourd? She asked curiously. Don't look down on these two things. These two things are both treasures. In the future, when you go out, if you meet any evil creatures, even if you can't see them, the little bell at your waist will ring to warn you. In addition, this small gourd was carved from a Jihua spirit peach and spirit wood, and a talisman master was asked to inscribe runes on it. With this treasure, no demons or ghosts would dare to approach you. Moreover, after you drip your blood on it to claim ownership, this small gourd can be used to collect ghosts. Ordinary ghosts would melt into nourishment after 6 hours. No matter how formidable they are, they wouldn't be able to last a day. Fengjiu's eyes glowed with excitement because of her words. She looked at the ornament on her waist with a curious and excited face. Sister, Thank you for your gift. I like it so much. It's good that you like it. Then shouldn't you give big sister a greeting gift? She winked at her and asked, Greeting gift. She thought for a moment and said, I don't have many magic weapons that I can take out. The only thing that I can take out is probably this. She took out 10 bottles of medicine from her space and placed them in front of her as if she was presenting a treasure. Chapter 809. Medicine. Wang Xianhua was stunned for a moment. She didn't have much hope. After all, she was too young. What kind of medicine could she refine? However, when she opened a bottle and took a whiff, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. She looked at Fengjiu and asked, What level are you at? She grinned proudly. High-level medicine sage. Wang Xianhua was stunned. She opened her mouth and then laughed happily. I found a treasure. I actually recognize a medicine sage as my younger sister. Ha ha ha. A medicine sage in her teens. She has a bright future ahead of her. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled her over and said, Jiumei, come. Let me tell you, next time, you should refine a bottle of beautifying medicine for me. It's best if it can make my face more beautiful. Upon hearing this, Fengjiu's eyes lit up. She said, Sister, I wanted to make this for a long time. Let me tell you, medicine is not as good as elixirs in terms of beautifying one's face, so I've been learning how to refine elixirs recently. I've found more than 10 kinds of elixirs that can beautify one's face. I plan to refine the beautifying elixir when I go back. I'll send it to you when I'm done. Come. Let's go back to the courtyard to chat. It's too cold here at night. She held her hand and went back to the courtyard. She instructed the ghost cultivator behind them to take good care of Du Fan and the others. That night, Fengjiu and Wang Xianhua chatted for the entire night. They only went to bed at dawn. Bai Xiao also woke up at dawn. However, she was a little confused. She didn't know how she ended up here. However, when she saw that Du Fan and Xianghua were also here, she didn't make a fuss about it. However, they didn't see Fengjiu for the entire day. When night came, the three of them were told not to leave the residence at night. Bai Xiao didn't pay much attention to it. When she opened the door of the residence and planned to go out for a walk, she was frightened by the ghosts that were floating all over the mountain. Fengjiu stayed there for 3 whole days. On the morning of the 4th day, he bid farewell to Wang Xianhua and left with Du Fan and the others. When she walked down the 100 Years Mountain and turned back to look at the mountain peak, she couldn't help but sigh. Even she didn't expect that on this trip, there would be another elder sister. However, knowing this elder sister was indeed an advantage. It was one thing for her to be unfathomable, and it was just as she had guessed. She was not from the Enchanting kingdom. She had thought that she was from a first-class country, but she did not expect that she was from one of the 8 great empires. Coming from such a powerful empire, it was no wonder that Sky City would have such strength and cultivation. She retracted her gaze and looked at the 3 people beside her. Finally, her gaze fell on Xianghua. Xianghua, Du Fan. Young master. Master. The 2 of them took a step forward and responded. Xianghua, those people in the Tianyuan Palace are all dead. You're the only one left. I don't know how many people are lurking outside. In short, I'll leave the matters of the Tianyuan Palace to you and Du Fan to manage and expand. However, you must remember that the reorganized Tianyuan Palace is not allowed to do evil. If there are any evil deeds, I'll hold you accountable. Yes. The 2 of them responded respectfully. In addition, find out the whereabouts of the descendants of the Chu family and see if there's any news. As for Little Bai, Chapter 810. Yes. The 3 of them replied and looked at her. Du Fan asked, Mistress, are you going back to the College of Stars and Clouds? How are we going to find you in the future? The 3 of you have communication jade tubes in your Chinkoan bags. If you have any problems, you can send me a message directly. If you can solve it by yourself, you don't have to find me. As she spoke, she threw the flying feather and sat on it, looking down at the 3 of them. Xianghua, after you find a place to stay, go to the Phoenix Dynasty and bring Luo Yu and the others here. Yes, Xianghua replied. He looked at her and nodded before leaving on flying feather. Let's go too. I know a place that is the starting point of the Tianyuan Palace. I'll take you there. Du Fan looked at the 2 of them and said. The 2 of them nodded and left with him. This matter was quietly resolved. The Tianyuan Palace, which had been in an uproar recently, seemed to have disappeared again, gradually fading out of everyone's sight. No one knew that the Tianyuan Palace was like a new tree bud, growing new branches and leaves, waiting for the right time to strike. A few days later, Fengjiu returned to the sect and went straight to the main peak. Dean, Vice Dean, the matter has been resolved. She sat down at the table where the two of them were sitting and poured a cup of water for herself. Seeing her leisurely without the slightest hint of fatigue, the two of them looked at each other and said in surprise, "We received news that the people from the Tianyuan Palace went to the 100 Years Mountain and didn't come out. You also went to that place." "The 100 Years Mountain. I went in." She nodded, then lowered her voice and said, "However, it's best not to go there. Especially the students of the school, don't go in out of curiosity. Otherwise, you won't be able to come out." "Is there really something strange about that place?" the Vice Dean asked. Fengjiu looked at him and smiled. "Vice Dean, I'm sure that even if you went in, if the owner of that place didn't let you go, you wouldn't be able to come out. However, don't ask me about this matter. I promised that I wouldn't say anything." She waved her hand and stood up after drinking 2 cups of tea. "I'll go back and rest first. I'm exhausted." When the two of them saw this, they couldn't help but draw a few black lines across their foreheads. Looking at her energetic appearance, what did she look tired? However, he didn't ask her to stay any longer. Instead, he watched her leave. After returning to her abode, Fengjiu took a bath and changed into the academy's uniform. Instead of resting, she began to research the face-nourishing pill. This research lasted for several days. As she began her trial, the cauldron would explode from time to time. The commotion was so great that even the 2 alchemists on Pill Peak were alarmed. The 2 of them personally came to see what was going on. Why would Fengjiu's alchemy furnace always explode? Coincidentally, she bumped into him, who had just returned from changing his pill furnace. "Fengjiu, is there something wrong with you? How could a good alchemy furnace explode in just a few days? Was there something wrong with the technique? Do you need us to give you some pointers?" When she heard this, her eyes lit up. She immediately pulled the 2 of them. "Perfect, perfect. Instructor, I'm refining a face-nourishing pill. Come in and help me see where I went wrong. I've already wasted several cauldrons of pills." What? Face-nourishing pill? The 2 of them were stunned. What kind of pill was a face-nourishing pill? They hadn't refined it before. Just as they were about to speak, Fengjiu half pushed, half pulled them into his abode and into his alchemy room. Chapter 8:11. You prodigal son. The 2 of them glared and cursed. With a pained expression, they went forward to pick up the spirit medicine, then put it down. Looking at the dregs of the spirit medicine on the ground and the smell of burnt spirit medicine still lingered in the air, they looked even more pained. These are all worth thousands of gold coins. The academy also needs a lot of contribution points to exchange for them, but you actually used so many precious spirit medicines to refine some face-nourishing pill? This is simply a prodigal son, too prodigal. Fengjiu was a little stunned. Seeing the 2's pained expressions, as if they couldn't wait to take away the spirit medicines on the table, she couldn't help but smile. "Instructor, that's because you don't know the benefits of my face-nourishing pill." She walked forward and explained to the 2 with a smile. "My face-nourishing pill is specially refined for women. After the pill is formed, it has the effect of beautifying and brightening the skin, restoring a woman's appearance to its most beautiful state. Even if there are scars on the face, it can be healed. Therefore, this pill can be called a face-nourishing pill, but it can also be called a face-nourishing pill. It can preserve a woman's youth and beauty forever. It is a good thing that is hard to come by." She spoke excitedly, but the 2 alchemists' faces darkened. They shook their heads and sighed, then advised in a meaningful tone, "Fengjiu, you are a good child, a good youth with a bright future. You are the hope of our academy. You must remember that you are a man. We men shouldn't play with those women's toys. Things like this face-nourishing pill, we men shouldn't make them. It's the same as the rouge on a woman's face. It has nothing to do with men." Hearing this, Fengjiu held back her laughter with great difficulty. She originally wanted to say something, but seeing that the two alchemists' faces didn't look too good, and remembering that they didn't know her identity as a woman, she said with a serious face, "Yes, instructor is right. I will remember." "Instructor, don't worry. I will definitely not disappoint you. I will definitely bring glory to our academy, so that the other academies won't dare to look down on us." Good, 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 good. When the two of them heard this, they immediately became excited and smiled. "We knew that you were a good kid with ambition. Not bad, not bad." They nodded, looking at him as if he were their own child. One of them said, "Look, you went out a while ago. You must have suffered a lot. You've lost a lot of weight, and when you got back, you buried your head in pill concocting. You look so wan and sallow. Come, come. I have a piece of meat, Lingji. Take it and have the ovens cook it for you. It'll be good for your body. I still have the spirit ginseng from the Jilao mountain. It's aged. Look at how haggard you are. Come, 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 take it. You can eat it tomorrow. Just cut a few slices at a time. You can't eat too much. That's right, that's right. You should properly nourish yourself. Normally, we didn't have a chance to come and see you. We only cared about refining pills by ourselves. Fortunately, you're an obedient child with outstanding talent. You even know how to study by yourself. That's why we didn't delay your progress." Chapter 8:12. Good, good. We believe that you won't disappoint us. As the two spoke, they took a sip and realized that it was wine. The moment it entered their mouths, the rich spiritual energy spread out. They couldn't help but praise, "Good wine. Since there's no more tea, I'll pour wine for you too. Since you like it, you should drink a few more cups." She smiled as she poured wine for them. The two listened happily and drank happily. Unknowingly, they drank too much. By the time they left, their steps were unsteady. After sending the two of them off, she kept the meat Lingji mushroom and old ginseng that the two of them had given her and returned to the pill refining room to study her beauty-nourishing pill. When she was engrossed in one thing, she would be completely focused on it and would not be able to divert her attention to anything else. This study took her a few months. In the past few months, there was a faint sound of thunder on top of Elixir Peak, but it seemed to be dispersing. Sometimes the sound of an exploding elixir furnace could be heard echoing on Elixir Peak. In the past few months, even Guan Shilin and Yi Jing could not see her. She seemed to be wasting her time on the beauty pill. However, at this time, there was still half a month before the new year. The students of each courtyard were preparing to go home. However, Fengjie was still in seclusion on Dan Peak, on the main peak. "I heard that she's been in seclusion for a few months. Has she not come out yet?" The dean looked at the vice dean and asked. "No, I've gone to check on her a few times. Only the three beasts are guarding outside. I haven't even seen her shadow. Last month, when young Master Mo Chun came back, he went to look for her. He didn't see her either." As the vice dean spoke, he recalled the expression on Mo Chen's face when he received the clothes from Fengjie. His thoughts drifted away. He paused for a moment. Seeing that there was no one else around, he looked at the dean and asked, "Dean, what do you think young Master Mo Chun is doing?" "I don't know either." The dean shook his head and said, "Young people like him should deal with their own matters. We can't interfere." "That's true. However, I'm afraid that this Mo Chun will fall into the hands of Fengjie in the future. The hardest thing for a man is love." He shook his head and sighed, as if he was deeply moved. Hearing this, the dean couldn't help but laugh. "So, you also had such a period when you were young? Why didn't you mention it?" He. Don't mention it, don't mention it." He waved his hand and said, "I just remembered that I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." He didn't wait for a response and quickly left. However, before he could walk out of the courtyard, he heard a loud rumble in the sky, shaking the entire mountain gate. He was shocked and hurriedly held the gate and shouted, "What's going on? What was that sound? Could it be thunder from the Alchemy Institution again?" The dean also walked out. At this moment, a student quickly ran in and reported to the dean, "Vice Dean, it's thunder from the main peak of the Alchemy Institution. I saw lightning and thunder striking down together. It's very powerful. The entire mountain is shaking. Some students have already rushed over to see what's going on." Hearing this, the dean shook his head and smiled. "I knew it had something to do with the Alchemy Institution. The only person in the alchemy institution who could cause such a huge commotion is probably Fengjiu. I just don't know what she's doing. Why would she attract such a huge lightning strike? Chapter 8:13. The two of them looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In the next moment, they quickly rushed towards Pill Peak. At this moment, 2 more bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. 3 bolts in a row, rumbling loudly. A pill that could attract lightning had to be at least a level 5 pill. She had only been in contact with pills for a year. Could it be that she could actually refine a level 5 pill? When they thought of this possibility, waves of shock surged in their hearts. If that was really the case, her talent was too shocking. At the same time, in another courtyard on the main peak, Imo Chun also saw the lightning strike the Pill Institute. His eyes moved slightly, and he also got up and headed towards Pill Peak. Guan Shilin and Yi Jing knew that it was Fengjiu who had caused the commotion, so they also headed towards the Pill Institute. Naturally, the 2 pill masters from Pill Peak and the pill ancestor who had yet to show his face were not missing. It could be said that the pill ancestor had arrived at Fengjiu's cave faster than anyone else. This was because the moment the pill was formed, an unconcealable medicinal fragrance filled the air. The rich medicinal fragrance wafted in the air, and coupled with the lightning, he immediately knew that a level 5 pill or above had been produced. Thus, he immediately rushed over to Fengjiu's cave. In the cave, Fengjiu held 3 pills in her hands. 2 of them were finished products, while the last one had become an unknown, strange pill. She casually put it into her space. After researching for so long, I finally figured it out. She looked at the pill patterns on the 2 pills, then looked at the pill aura on them. She was even more satisfied. I'll get someone to send one to my sister, and keep the other for now. Now that I've refined this beauty pill, I just need to adjust it a little, then I can refine a pill that can make grandfather younger. She muttered to herself. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. Just as she was thinking of taking advantage of this momentum to refine a beauty pill that could be used by men, she heard someone calling her from outside. Thus, she put away the pills and walked out. Who is it? Her hair was messy and her clothes were wrinkled. There were patches of black and white on her face. It was unknown whether she was stained with some kind of ash or medicinal juice, but the smell of medicine also spread in the air as she walked out. You're Fengjiu. The middle-aged man frowned as he sized up Fengjiu. Yes, who are you? She nodded and scratched her hair. She wanted to use her fingers to comb her hair so that it wouldn't be rude. However, she didn't see that her current image couldn't be worse. I'm Huang Danzong from Pill Peak. Did you refine a level 5 pill? Quick, show it to me. His tone was urgent, and his face was filled with anticipation and anxiety. Hearing this, Fengjiu didn't think much of it. Thinking that he was probably just excited to see her concoct a 5th level pill, he took out one of the bottles and poured out the pill. It's level 5. She opened her palm and was about to tell him the attributes and effects of this pill when she saw him take the pill from her hand. Seeing this, she only frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. It's a level 5 pill. This smell is from icicle flower, and the smell of platycodon, good, very good. This color, this smell, they're all top-notch. Good, very good. Chapter 8:14. Master Huang, this is the pill I refined. She stood in front of him, smiling as she spoke. However, if one looked closely, they would be able to see that there was no smile in her eyes. On the contrary, there was a trace of coldness. I know it's the pill you refined, but I want to take it back and study it. That's right, what pill is this? Where did you get the pill recipe? Write down the pill recipe and pill refining steps for me to see. Hearing that matter-of-fact tone, Fengjiu chuckled. I didn't even know someone had the right to take away the pill I refined. Furthermore, you're asking me for the pill recipe and pill refining steps? Master Huang, your surname shouldn't be Huang. It should be Niu. What do you mean? I'm taking your pill back to study because I think highly of you. Don't think you're amazing just because you refined a 5th level pill. You're just a new student of the pill department. His face darkened and was filled with displeasure. However, he held the pill tightly in his hand. It looked like he had no intention of returning it. Of course, I'm talking about how thick-skinned you are. Only Niu Pai can compare to you. Feng Jiao pursed his lips. Furthermore, I'm not that familiar with you, right? Get it back to me. She stretched out her hand, indicating for him to return the pill. In her heart, she was thinking that when other people were holding medicinal pills, even if they were evaluating the grade of the medicinal pill, they would also have to use something to pick it up. She was a person who refined medicinal pills. It was one thing for the medicinal pills to pass through her hands, but this person was good. He directly grabbed it with his hands. She didn't know if his hand were clean. With a medicinal pill held in the palm of his hand like that, who would dare to eat it later? Thinking of this, her face darkened. She had spent so much effort refining something, but it was dirted by someone. He even wanted to snatch it away? How interesting. Return what? Didn't you hear me say that I'm taking it back to study? Can't you hear me, or what? As the pill department's master alchemist, could it be that I can't take a pill from you? You're too presumptuous. Who taught you how to refine pills? The two people from the pill department who have been stagnant as pill masters for more than 10 years? Like teacher, like disciple, you're just as ignorant. He didn't care about anything else and just cursed. With a flick of his sleeve, he directly walked past Feng Jiao and was about to leave. The dean and the others, who had just arrived, happened to hear these words. Their expressions were extremely ugly, especially Guan Shilin. As her elder brother, he couldn't help but clench his fists when he saw that someone dared to bully his sister, snatch her things, and even boast so shamelessly. He just wanted to rush up and teach this person a lesson. However, he had already passed the age of impulsiveness, and he knew to think twice before he acted. Not only him, but there were also the two alchemists from the alchemy department, as well as the dean and vice dean, as well as the students who had been attracted by the 3 bolts of heavenly lightning. Thus, he really couldn't teach anyone a lesson in this situation. However, if the dean and the vice dean didn't handle this matter well, he didn't mind teaching Huang Danzong a lesson afterwards. At this moment, the faces of the 2 instructors from the Academy of Alchemy were slightly pale. They looked embarrassed, ashamed, and angry. They were really sad to be treated like this by someone they respected. Chapter 8:15. Dean, I didn't take his pill. I just want to take it back and study it. His face was dark. Being yelled at by the dean in front of so many people, he felt a little embarrassed. What do you mean, study it? That's Feng Jiao's pill. Did she allow it? She didn't allow you to take it from her. Huang Danzong, don't forget that you're a grandmaster. A grandmaster should act like a grandmaster. The dean shouted in a deep voice. His face was also very ugly. He didn't expect to see such a shameful thing when he came here. If he didn't come out, he wouldn't have known that such a thing would happen under his watch. If this person was really just an ordinary student, he probably wouldn't have taken the pill. Who would dare to offend a grandmaster alchemist? No need. Since Huang Danzong wants to take it back and study it so much, then take it. However, her eyes moved slightly. She instantly reached out and sealed his acupoints. Taking the pill from his hand, she smiled and narrowed her eyes. Compared to taking it back and studying it, I think you'll understand the medicinal properties of this pill better after you eat it. As soon as she finished speaking, she stuffed the pill into his mouth without giving anyone a chance to stop her. The surrounding people were stunned. They watched as Huang Danzong swallowed the pill with wide eyes. They also watched as Feng Jiao clapped her hands and unsealed his acupoints. For a moment, they all looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Wasn't that a level 5 pill? Why did she make him eat it so easily and casually? Level 5 pills were extremely rare in the outside world. Every single one of them was priceless. However, she just raised her hand and stuffed it into Huang Danzong's mouth and made him swallow it. You Feng Jiao, you're so presumptuous. As soon as the voice came out, it became a soft female voice. Huang Danzong was shocked. He instinctively reached out to cover his mouth. However, when he covered his mouth, he felt the beard on his chin fall off for no reason. His face paled, and he touched his chin again. His beard, which was not much to begin with, had fallen off completely. Not even his pores could be seen. Even when he touched his chin, he did not feel the prickly sensation of shaving. Along with it, he felt that his skin had become tender, soft, and thin. What kind of medicinal pill is that? At this moment, his male voice was no longer there. What replaced it was a shrill female voice. His Adam's apple had also disappeared. Gradually, even his body seemed to be undergoing a shocking change. Everyone widened their eyes in shock and astonishment. They looked at the pale-faced Huang Danzong. They watched as the beard on his face fell off, and his face gradually became younger. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that while he was becoming younger, he was actually changing in the direction of femininity. Originally, Huang Danzong was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. Although his body was not sturdy and tall, he was not weak either. However, right now, Huang Danzong's figure had changed. His waist had become a woman's slender waist, and his chest had bulged suspiciously, forming a woman's figure. Moreover, his skin was so smooth that it could not even compare to an ordinary woman's. This scene caused everyone's jaws to drop. All of them were dumbfounded as they watched with their mouths agape. Chapter 8:16. Ha! This is turning into a woman? Ha ha! Serves him right, serves him right. Following Guan Shilin's loud laughter, the students who were attracted by the lightning began to discuss in disbelief. What kind of pill is that? It can actually turn a man into a woman? Look at Huang Danzong. He even has a woman's chest. Damn, this is unbelievable. I've never heard of a pill that can change a person's gender. That's right. I'm afraid he won't be able to change back in the future. What kind of pill is that? Why is it so strange? Huang Danzong is from the alchemy school. He should be able to cure it, right? I don't know if he can cure it, but look at him. It's so funny. It's fine if a man doesn't have a beard, but a man with a chest? It's so novel. The pill refined by Fengjio is too powerful. Look, if a man took it, he would be like this. If a woman took it, how beautiful would she be? Also, didn't you notice? That Huang Danzong has become younger. Yes. If I can get one of those pills and give it to my mother, she'll definitely be happy. If I can get one and give it to Senior Zhou Xian, she'll definitely become more beautiful. At that time, she might even accept my love. Didn't you hear that it's a level 5 pill? It's priceless. After the initial shock, each and every one of them saw the benefits of the medicinal pill and became very interested. However, even though they were all talking, they also knew that the medicinal pill was a 5th-tier medicinal pill and was not something that they could easily obtain. Besides, there was a living example right in front of him. Huang Danzong was a pill ancestor, the highest-ranking person in the academy. However, when he encountered the eccentric Fengjio, he didn't care whether the pill was a 5th-tier pill or not, and directly stuffed it into his mouth. Now, a good man had been twisted into a woman. Compared to the shock and astonishment of the crowd and Huang Danzong's panic and anger, only Fengjio was watching calmly. He was purely testing the effects of the pill. Looking at Huang Danzong's snake-like body, as well as Sun's smooth, snow-white skin and youthful appearance, she nodded her head in satisfaction. Not bad. I didn't expect the effects of the medicine to be so good. It's a pity that it was used on a man. If it was used on a woman, she would definitely become a demoness. Fengjio, you, hurry up and cure it for me. Here. Huang Danzong screamed in panic and anger. When his hand touched his originally flat chest, which had become 2 soft places, his face immediately became green and red. I'm sorry, but I don't have the antidote for a pill I just refined. Fengjio spread out her hands and said leisurely, moreover, the pills I refine usually don't have an antidote. Huang Danzong, don't pretend to be innocent after getting a bargain. After getting benefits, you're still shouting. You're dozens of years younger. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh. Staring at his face and body, she said with a smile, touch it and see. Not only are you younger, your skin has become whiter, smoother, and softer. I bet that if you change into female clothes and walk out, you'll attract a lot of attention. No one will know that you're a man, really. Chapter 8:17. Principal, look at me. Look at how I am right now. It's all because of Fengjio. Principal, this is the pill he refined. He must have a way to refine the antidote. Principal, he took a few steps in front of the principal and pulled him, hoping that he would give the order for Fengjio to refine the antidote. The principal was pulled by him like this and glanced at his figure that made people unable to look at him directly. His face couldn't help but tremble. He lightly coughed and waved his hand to push him away. Looking at Fengjiu, he was just about to speak when Fengjiu's voice sounded out. "Principal, you're the principal of Star Cloud Academy. The pill I refined with great difficulty was eaten by one of your subordinates. Shouldn't you compensate me with the spirit medicine?" Fengjiu looked at him and asked with a smile. Hearing this, the principal glared at him. "I saw you shove the medicine into his mouth. Why are you asking me for the spirit medicine? That is a 5th-level spirit medicine. I used no less than 100 precious spirit medicines to refine it. I don't need to talk about how much was wasted. After refining it with great difficulty, your subordinate Dan Zong took it from my hands without caring about anything else. He even kept it in his hands and didn't give it to me. I was planning on giving that pill to someone. I don't know if his hands were clean after going to the latrine. After being touched by him like that, will my pill still be useful? If I don't give it to him, who should I give it to? Could it be that you also want it?" She raised her eyebrows, and her words carried a bit of ridicule. This made the principal so angry that he blew his beard and glared. Looking at the Danzong's appearance that was neither male nor female, the principal shivered and said, "You gave him the antidote. What do you lack? Later, I'll have the vice principal bring you to get it. There's no way around this." She spread out her hands. "I don't know how to refine the antidote, and I can't refine it. It's better to let Huang Danzong research it himself, and then refine the antidote. In any case, he is very interested in that pill. This is perfect. He can personally experience it. No one knows the effects of this beauty, nourishing pill better than him. Fengjiu, you're not afraid of being expelled from the academy." At this moment, Huang Danzong's heart finally started to panic. He looked at Fengjiu's expression. It seemed that Fengjiu really wasn't willing to refine the antidote for him. Should he refine the antidote himself? Could he refine it? He didn't have the confidence to do so. Hearing his words, Fengjiu's eyes turned cold, and he sneered. "Dean, other than compensating me for the elixirs, I also hope that you can give me an explanation. A dignified pill ancestor stole my elixirs. If I don't punish you, how can I refine elixirs here in the future? Will there be another person who will appear next time and take away the medicinal pills that I have painstakingly refined?" When the surrounding students heard this, they all began to whisper and point at Huang Danzong. Their words were filled with disdain. Seeing this, the principal took a deep breath and said, "Huang Danzong, your actions today are indeed unethical. Logically speaking, you should be expelled from the academy. However, seeing that you have contributed a lot to the academy over the years, I will remove you from your position in charge of the pill department and punish you to face the wall for 3 years. You must research the antidote for yourself, and you are not allowed to leave the academy." Principal. He felt as if the sky had collapsed in an instant, and he fell limply to the ground. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so greedy. Chapter 8:18. Since when did I cause trouble? It was clearly him who provoked me. She curled her lips and looked towards the Vice Academy head. "Vice Academy head, shall we go get the herbs now?" The Vice Academy head glanced at the principal. Seeing him nod, he said to her, "Let's go." Seeing this, everyone's gazes fell on Huang Danzong, who was sitting on the ground. After sizing him up, they all pursed their lips and smiled as they left. The principal looked at the changed Huang Danzong and sighed. "What do you want me to say about you? There are so many people in the academy, yet you chose to provoke her? Hurry up and go back and think of a way to remedy this. With your current appearance, it's best if you don't walk around too much. It's really—" He couldn't continue speaking. If it was someone who didn't know, it wouldn't have been so bad. After changing his clothes, he really did look like a woman. However, those who were familiar with him only felt awkward and speechless when they saw Huang Danzong like this. If he looked at him too much, his eyes wouldn't be able to take it. He really didn't know what to say. The principal shook his head and left with a flick of his sleeves. Only Guan Shilin and Yi Jing were left behind, as well as the dazed Huang Danzong who didn't know what to do. On the other side, the Vice Academy head, who had brought Fengjiu to get the herbs, returned to the main peak after an hour. He couldn't help but wipe his sweat when he saw the principal. You're back so soon? Fengjiu's herbs have all been picked? The principal was playing chess with Mo-chun and asked when he saw him return. The Vice Academy head looked at him and opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. What's wrong? If you have something to say it. Don't hesitate. The principal looked at the Vice Academy head's expression with amusement. He placed a chess piece and said to Mo-chun, "It's your turn." Seeing this, the Vice Academy head hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it over. This is the list of herbs she took. The principal glanced at him and took a look. He couldn't help but stare. This bandit. So many aged herbs. And she even took 2 sets of all of them? Why doesn't she just rob someone? With a pained look on his face, he clutched the paper filled with the names of spiritual herbs tightly in his hand. He cursed in his heart. This wastrel, if she were to come a few more times, all the precious spiritual herbs in the academy would be taken away by her. When Mo-chun saw this, he reached out 2 fingers to take the piece of paper and glanced at it calmly. His voice was neither fast nor slow as he said in a gentle voice, "She really knows how to pick things. With so many spiritual herbs, I reckon that she has already taken back the pill with interest. I knew it. Nothing good will come out of meeting her." The dean shook his head and took a sip of tea to calm himself down. "Dean, the Huang Danzong, just let him do that," the deputy director asked, but his eyes were fixed on Mo-chun. He was also an alchemist, and a rather high-ranked one at that. Perhaps he might be able to cure the effects of the pill, but it would not be easy to ask him for help. He brought this upon himself, so let him bear it. Don't worry about him for now. He's a pill master himself, and a great master at that. If he can't cure the effects of that pill, then we can only let him stay like that forever. Thinking about how he had lost so many precious spiritual herbs, because of him, the principal felt a pang of pain. He naturally didn't have a good impression of Huang Danzong, and didn't want to care if he lived in that body of a woman. Chapter 819. Seeing this, the vice headmaster sighed inwardly and could only stop mentioning it. In the following time, Fengjiu did not pack up and prepare to go home like the others. Instead, she once again immersed herself in refining pills. First, she refined 2 face nourishing pills. Then, she researched and refined a type of pill that could restore a man's youthful vigor. She named the pill for women the face nourishing pill, and the pill for men the face building pill. These 2 types of pills, from the selection of ingredients to the refinement process, were all based on their attributes. Therefore, if one ate the wrong one, the effects would naturally be the same as Huang Danzong's. Seeing that she was immersed in refining pills, Guan Shilin bid farewell to her and told her that he was going to follow the people from the black market to gain experience. Thus, Fengjiu asked him to help her pass a face-nourishing pill to Du Fan and the others so that they could send it to the 100 Years Mountain. After Guan Shilin left, Yi Jing also told Fengjiu the location of her house so that she could go and find her when she had time. Then, she also left the academy and went home. It could be said that of the entire academy's students, only Fengjiu remained in her cave and did not seem to have any intention of leaving. However, there were 2 people who had been neglected, and that was Nie Tong and Ouyang Xiao. Nie Tong saw that Fengjiu had not yet left, so he stayed in the cave to cultivate and planned to leave after she left. As for Ouyang Xiao, he was still looking for an opportunity to exchange a few blows with Fengjiu. Therefore, when the others left, he also stayed in the academy. He was waiting for an opportunity to test Mo-Wen's strength after he finished refining pills, so that he could satisfy Mo-Wen's stubborn desire to fight him. On this day, Mo-chun, who was dressed in white, came to her cave and sat down at the stone table under the tree. His deep, bottomless gaze looked at the cave, where there was faint movement. His expression changed slightly, and no one knew what he was thinking. He sat there quietly, and his thoughts seemed to have drifted far away. The 3 beasts at the side weren't sitting down. Their gazes were fixed on him for a while before they moved away. To him, they still recognized him. In the following month, she stayed in the cave and didn't even take a step out of the cave. As for Mo-chun, he would come here every day to sit, watch, and wait. Until one day, 3 more bolts of divine retribution lightning fell from the sky. When the divine retribution lightning dissipated, laughter came from the cave. When he heard the laughter, his lips couldn't help but curl up into a smile that even he didn't notice. It's done. It's finally done. Ha ha! Inside the cave, Fengjiu held 2 medicinal pills in her hands. These were young attribute face establishing pills. When her grandfather got married, she wanted to refine them for him, but she didn't expect that it would take her until now to refine them. After her excitement, she put away the pills. Seeing that her clothes were a mess, she first washed up and changed into a clean set of clothes before walking out of the cave. However, when she walked out of the cave and saw the white figure under the tree, she couldn't help but be stunned. She looked at him with a strange expression. "Young Master Mo Chun, why are you here?" Without waiting for Mo Chun to speak, Lao Bai said, "He's been sitting here every day. He didn't just come today. Don't he plan to go home?" he asked. His voice was gentle and light, with a trace of indifference. "Why?" She stared at him guardedly. "What does it have to do with you whether I go home or not?" Chapter 820. "I don't want it." She rejected him without even thinking, and it was a straightforward rejection. Perhaps because he did not expect her to reject him so straightforwardly. Mo Chan was stunned for a moment. For a moment, he did not know what to say, and just looked at her quietly. Seeing this, Fengjiu sighed, adjusted his expression, and asked seriously, "Young Master Mo Chun, just say it. What do you want to do? Don't tell me you don't have a goal. I remember last time you looked at me with disdain. Why have you been appearing here all this time? What do you want to do? What did you want to do?" He was slightly stunned, and then revealed a smile. This smile gradually became warm, but in the end, this smile made Fengjiu feel a bit cold. "I just want to see what kind of person the Star of the Phoenix is." Star of the Phoenix? What does that mean? This sentence that came out of nowhere made her feel a bit confused. When the Star of the Phoenix appears, a different soul will enter the world. It will come from beyond the heavens, break through the 8 extremes of the way of the heavens, and become the master of the world. He looked at her and did not miss the strange look that flashed through her eyes. He slowly said, "These are the words of my teacher, Elder Tianji, and looking for you is my goal in coming here." Fengjiu was stunned and said, "What master of the world? I have never thought of becoming the master of the world. Also, what does this have to do with you looking for me?" He was right when he said that a different soul would enter the world, but how did he know it was her? Also, even if that was the case, she had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, his eyes darkened, and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He silently looked at her, and after a long time, he turned and left. Seeing him turn and leave, Fengjiu muttered, "Strange." It was strange in the first place. Even if she was that person, it had nothing to do with him, right? Also, this person seemed to like to say things halfway, and it was hard to know what he wanted to say. "Master, I think he has bad intentions towards you," Lao Bai said from the side. Fengjiu rolled her eyes. "If he had bad intentions, he wouldn't have saved me. Speaking of which, although this person is a bit strange, he has saved me twice. Also, his strength seems to be quite high." She touched her chin and asked, "Do you think his cultivation is higher than Uncle's?" "No." The 2 beasts spoke in unison. Almost without thinking, they answered in unison. Fengjiu raised her eyebrows. "Why?" "That Yama King's aura is too strong. Just a look from him, and we don't dare to speak. Although this one is also unfathomable, he doesn't have as much dominance and pressure as Yama King. Naturally, he isn't as strong as Yama King." Pooh! As soon as she heard the 2 beasts call Xin Yuan Mo's the King of Hell, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Sigh, we have been here for a year, and I haven't seen him for a year. I wonder how he is?" She murmured softly and looked at the sky in the distance. She really missed him. 10 years, 10 years. Ha! She would not wait for 10 years to find him. Once she had settled the matters here, she would go to the 8 great empires to take a look. However, compared to that, she had more important things to deal with now. She had asked the people in the black market to find out about her mother. After such a long time, there should be some progress, right? Chapter 821. She planned to go out, so she returned to the cave to change out of her school uniform and put on her red robes. However, before she could leave Dan Mountain, she was stopped by Ouyang Xiao. Fengjiu, fight with me. Ouyang Xiao, who was riding on his sword, stared sharply at the young man in red robes. Because he refused to fight with him, this stubbornness in his heart would only grow deeper and deeper. Furthermore, the more he refused to fight, the more the fighting element in his body clamored for a fight. You again? Fengjiu was helpless. Looking at the man in front of her, she felt that he was really stubborn. Why did he insist on fighting with her? Didn't he know that a man hitting a woman was the most immoral act? Alright, at least this person didn't know that she was a woman. Furthermore, it was almost impossible for him to find her in a fight with his cultivation level. Ouyang Xiao stared at the young man on the white horse and said, originally, it was just a spur-of-the-moment thing. But the more you don't want to fight with me, the more I want to fight with you. If you don't want me to bother you, then fight with me. Just the two of us. Don't worry, even if you lose, I won't tell anyone. Puffed. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. She felt that this person was really interesting. A person in the middle stage of foundation establishment told her that it didn't matter and that it wasn't embarrassing for her to lose to him. Won't tell anyone. At this moment, she couldn't help but be curious. If this guy knew that she could even kill a nascent soul cultivator, would he still be so arrogant and say such funny things? However, no matter what, she could tell from his words that this person didn't have any bad intentions. He was probably just a person who liked to fight. You really want to fight with me? She raised her eyebrows and looked at him. That's right, but I don't like to fight with people for no reason. Her eyes turned and looked at his darkened expression. She laughed mockingly and said, but it's not like I can't fight with you. I just don't know. Do you dare bet with me? If you lose, I will be your master in the future. If I lose, I will be your errand boy in the future. How about that? She suddenly became interested. This Ouyang Xiao's appearance was not bad, and his talent was not bad. If she had such a person as her disciple, it seemed that it would be quite good. Hearing this, Ouyang Xiao sneered, I'll take it. However, I must remind you that I have already entered the late stage of foundation establishment. Yes, I know. It's good that you accepted it. She nodded and smiled like a fox that had succeeded. In the next moment, she made her move without any hesitation. When Ouyang Xiao saw this, the aura in his body surged. Just as he was about to fight, his body stiffened, and his eyes widened in disbelief. The good disciple, let me hear you call me master, Fengjiu said with a smile as he stood behind him with one hand around his throat. Yuda's face turned green and red at the same time. He didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to block a single attack from him. Looking at the young man who had retreated from his side and was staring at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, he gritted his teeth. Master, a good disciple. Fengjiu smiled and narrowed his eyes. He looked at the person who was embarrassed and ran away. He laughed all the way to the side gate of the academy. What's wrong? Seeing the guards in front of them, she asked and pulled Lao Bai over to take a look. Chapter 822. The figure outside the side door was a little boy who looked to be about 3 or 4 years old. He was wearing a fitted black robe, a pair of boots of the same color, and a jade pendant tassel hanging from his waist. The little boy had his hands clasped behind his back, looking like a little adult. He seemed to be annoyed at being stopped, as he stood there with his brows slightly furrowed. However, Fengjiu didn't even blink when she saw him. This little boy's excessively exquisite features were actually a miniature version of Xin Yuanmo's. His aura, in particular, was somewhat similar. However, he was still a child of 3 or 4 years old, so his aura was clearly lacking. Seeing this child, several thoughts flashed through her mind. Was this his younger brother? That's impossible, right? Younger brothers shouldn't look so similar. With such similar features, even the way they frowned was the same. They were clearly father and son. Illegitimate son. Could this child be Xian Yuan Hei's illegitimate son? As soon as this thought appeared, she instantly felt unwell. When Fengjiu appeared, the little boy had obviously noticed her. His eyes flashed with an indescribable light as he stared at her, then looked away as if he was somewhat embarrassed. Ninth young master. Hui Lang, who was standing behind the little boy, immediately shouted happily when he saw her. He said to the guard, quickly move aside. I'm looking for her. looking for her. Seeing this, the guard retreated to the side, but his eyes were still sizing them up from time to time. Fengjiu had already seen Hui Lang a while ago. However, when she saw that the little boy's features were so similar to Xianyuan Moses, she immediately became unhappy. Don't tell her what brothers were. No matter how similar brothers were, they wouldn't look so similar. Ninth young master, I haven't seen you for more than a year. I've really missed you to death. Hui Lang excitedly came in front of her. However, as soon as he said this, he felt two cold gazes fall on him from behind. He couldn't help but stiffen, then smiled embarrassedly. Actually, my master also missed you. Come with me. She hooked her finger, indicating for him to come to the side. Yes, Hui Lang responded and turned to look at the child. Then, he followed her to the side and asked with a smile, Ninth young master, actually, I'm here this time. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Your master's illegitimate son? She glanced at the little boy from the corner of her eyes. The more she looked at him, the more she felt that he looked exactly like Xianyuan Mose. Wow, what? Hui Lang widened his eyes in astonishment. Master's illegitimate child? How was that possible? Why would she think that? On the other side, the little boy who was looking away but was listening to their conversation tensed up when he heard this. The corner of his mouth twitched imperceptibly. Fengjiu crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Isn't that the case? Don't tell me that he's your master's younger brother. Your master is almost 30 years old. It's not impossible for him to have an illegitimate child. Don't you think so? Hearing her sarcastic words, Hui Lang smiled embarrassedly and said, Well, ninth young master, this really isn't my master's illegitimate child. My master is a virgin. Chapter 823. The two guards at the side had been listening attentively. When they heard this, their expressions became strange. When they looked at the red-clothed Fengjiu, their gazes were filled with curiosity and strangeness. Who would have thought that such a handsome youth with an outstanding temperament was actually gay? After hearing Hui Lang's words, Fengjiu glanced at him, then glanced at the child at the side and asked, Then who is he? Why did you bring him here? He is. Hui Lang's voice paused. He looked at her and grinned. Master asked me to bring him here and hand him over to you. He asked you to protect him well. Hearing this, she frowned. Is his situation very bad? It's been more than a year, and his troubles still haven't been resolved? How could it be so easy? It's because his current situation isn't very good, and he has no time to take care of him. That's why he asked me to bring him here and hand him over to you. He said that he wouldn't be at ease no matter where he was placed, and that he would only be at ease if he was by your side. That's why I brought him here from so far away. Hui Lang smiled apologetically while wiping away his cold sweat, saying, Master can't do without me, and it took quite a bit of time on the way here. Now that I've brought him here, I have to go back first. As he spoke, he didn't give Fengjiu a chance to speak. He quickly walked to the little boy's side and said to him, Then you'll follow her from now on. I'll take my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly left on his flying sword. Fengjiu was stunned for a moment. Seeing him leave as if he was escaping, she couldn't help but curse. Hui Lang, you bastard. Why haven't you come back and explained everything to me? This bastard. She hadn't seen him for more than a year, and she still wanted to ask him about his master situation. He actually left that little brat behind, and then left? What the hell was he doing? She suppressed her anger and looked at the little brat standing there like a little adult with his hands behind his back. He even glanced at her from the corner of his eyes. She couldn't help but glare at him. Little fellow, come here. Although she was suppressing her anger, she couldn't get angry when she saw that the child had a miniature version of Moses' face. Even when she spoke, her voice was softer, as if she was afraid of scaring the 3 to 4-year-old child. The child looked at her and thought for a moment. Then he walked over to her and saw that he wasn't even at her waist. His delicate little face, and his face darkened again. What's your name? She squatted down and looked at the child at eye level. Little king of hell, he said, his voice so tender that it made one's heart soften. Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle when she saw his delicate little face and the way he stood with his hands behind his back. Little king of hell? Are you being called that Because you are too naughty? I'm asking for your real name, not your nickname. As she looked at the child, she wondered if their child would also look like this if she married Xinyuan Mose. However, this child who looked exactly like him, was he really not his illegitimate child? He glanced at her and opened his mouth. King of Hell. His soft voice was unique to 3 to 4-year-old children. Chapter 824. He nodded, looking at her. A suspicious blush appeared on his delicate little face. His eyes flashed, and he reached out a hand to her. Seeing this, Fengjiu smiled and bent down to pick him up. How about I let you ride on this white horse? Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, the child in her arms tightly wrapped his arms around her neck. I don't want to ride. Fine, I'll carry you, okay? She classified him as a 3 or 4-year-old child. He was afraid of a strange-looking white horse like Ol Bai. The child lay on her shoulder, his arms tightly wrapped around her neck. A strange light flashed through his beautiful eyes, and a smile blossomed on his lips. No one noticed. Fengjiu told Ol Bai to go back first. She tossed out Flying Feather and took the child to the ovens to see if there was anything to eat. After grabbing a few things, she returned to the Immortal's cave and went to the stone table under the tree. All right, sit down. Eat something first, and then you can tell me everything. She sat down on the stone table with the child in her arms. Then she took out the things she had taken from the ovens from her space and placed them on the table. Only then did she sit down and look at the little guy. The child looked at her, but didn't say anything. Instead, he began to eat. Fengjiu sat there with one hand propping up her cheek. The more she looked, the more she felt that the child really did look like Xinyuan Mose. However, she didn't think it was possible that he was an illegitimate child. After all, the uncle was a clean freak. The first time they met, she accidentally kissed him on the mouth, and he fainted. She could only say that he had such a big child. But a little brother? Ha! She didn't believe it. If he really was a little brother, Hui Lang wouldn't have run away. He was obviously afraid that she would ask all sorts of questions. Hey, pretty boy, tell Big Sister, what's your relationship with Uncle? Tell Big Sister, and Big Sister will take you to buy some candy. How about it? She was like Hui Lang, trying to lure a little lamb, coaxing the child to see if he would tell the truth. Who would have thought that the child would not even bat an eyelid? He was eating elegantly, and even his sitting posture was extremely proper, which made her stunned. She thought to herself, as expected of someone from the 8 great empires. Even this 3 or 4-year-old child seems to have become a spirit. His actions are so elegant that even I can't compare with him. After a long time, he put down his chopsticks and wiped the corners of his mouth. He looked at Fengjiu and said, Water. Hearing this, Fengjiu entered the Immortal's cave and poured a cup of water for him. Seeing him drink the water like a little adult and then sit upright and look at her, she actually didn't know what to say. She suddenly felt that she would become very busy with such a child by her side. Seeing his gaze fall on her cave residence, she said, Shall I bring you in to see where I live? Yes, he responded and slid down the stool to follow her into the cave. After looking around the cave, they finally came to Fengjiu's room and saw that it was quite spacious. I'm the only one here. How about this? I'll tidy up later and make a stone room for you. No need, I'll just stay in the same room as you. He spoke in a tender voice, and his delicate little face was tense. However, his ears were suspiciously red, and he didn't dare to look at Feng Nine. Instead, he stared at the alchemy room. Chapter 825. There's only one bed in my room. I'm small, I can't take up much space. His expression didn't change as he spoke. He walked around the room with his hands behind his back and said, In the future, you have to take me with you wherever you go. Fengjiu stared at him, somewhat confused. Just as she was about to ask him something, she heard a voice from outside. Fengjiu, the dean wants you to go to the main peak. She walked out and saw that it was one of the dean's people. She nodded and said, I understand, I'll go over in a bit. Seeing that person leave, she turned around and said to the little boy behind her, I'm going out for a bit. You'd up before she could finish, she was interrupted. I'll go with you. As she spoke, a small hand tugged at the corner of her robe. Seeing the little boy tugging at her robe, Fengjiu smiled helplessly and said, All right, All right, let's go together. Anyway, I really need to report to the dean that I have you tagging along. Thus, she brought him to the main peak on the flying feather. When she arrived at the dean's courtyard, she noticed that other than the dean and the vice dean, Emo-chan was also there. When the three of them saw her, their gazes simultaneously fell on the 3 or 4-year-old child beside her. Where did this child come from? The dean asked, his gaze sizing up the delicate little boy. He couldn't see anything special about him. He only knew that this child's appearance was outstanding, and at such a young age, he already had an extraordinary aura. Just by standing there, he gave off a sharp and intimidating aura, like a sharp blade waiting to be drawn. When the little boy came here, he didn't show any fear, not even stage fright. He stood with his hands behind his back like a little adult, puffing out his chest and looking at them with his chin slightly raised. Oh no, his gaze only swept past the dean and the vice dean before landing on the white-clothed Emo-chan, sizing him up and probing him. Emo-chan also felt the child's deep and sharp gaze that didn't seem like a child's had been sizing him up ever since he came in. When he saw this, he was slightly surprised in his heart and also sized him up. However, he discovered that he couldn't see through this child. He was clearly a little boy of 3 or 4 years old, but he had a pressure and noble aura that made one's heart tremble. He clearly had the appearance of a child, but the cold light that shot out from his eyes made one not dare to underestimate him. Then, this little boy's exquisite features really reached the pinnacle. Even in the royal family, it was rare to see such an outstanding little boy. Dean, Vice Dean, this is Ling Mohan's son. She changed the topic and directly said Uncle Son. Mohan, you even know him? Hearing this name that hadn't been mentioned for a long time, the dean and vice dean were slightly surprised. Yes, we met a few times. She smiled and nodded. He sent someone over, saying that he had something to do and couldn't leave. He could only send his son over for me to take care of him. Moreover, he used to be a teacher here, so he felt that the dean and the vice dean wouldn't mind. The little boy standing beside Fengjio's eyes moved slightly. He raised his head and glanced at her, then stood there quietly, not saying a word. Chapter 826. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with admiration. This child really looks like his father, but he is much better looking than his father. Fengjio heard this and could not help but laugh. And that's true. Uncle's bearded face is really scary. The child next to them heard their words, and his delicate little face tightened. He still did not speak. You all sit. The dean gestured and said, Actually, I called you here because I want to tell you in advance that there will be a ranking competition between the schools after school starts next year. It will be a school competition between the 6th class and the 2nd class countries. Every school will only have 10 places to go to the 2nd class countries to compete, and they will represent our school. I plan to include you. What do you think? Hearing this, she did not directly agree. Instead, she turned her eyes and asked with a smile, What are the benefits of winning? If there are no benefits, then I won't go. If I participate in that competition, I won't have time to refine more pills to earn money. The dean and the vice dean were stunned. They then shook their heads and laughed. Of course there are benefits. The dean said, I don't know if I've told you before, but the Academy of Stars and Clouds is only a branch of the Academy of Stars and Clouds in the Enchanting country. Every country has a branch of the Academy of Stars and Clouds, and in the 1st class countries, it could be said to be the headquarters of our country. His voice paused and continued. However, only those who have the highest strength can enter the Academy of Stars and Clouds in the 1st class countries. The Academy of Stars and Clouds in the 1st class countries is rated as a 1-star school. Here, we only have a 6-star school. Speaking till here, he smiled and said, If there is someone among you who can get an outstanding result in the wind and cloud competition of the Academy, then you can directly be admitted into the 1-star Academy of the 1st class country. The 1-star Academy is very big. It is not something that we can compare with. Moreover, there are many proud sons of heaven from various countries gathered there. The students who come out from there in the future will have extraordinary achievements in various places, and there will be people in every field. However, the place that really makes the students of the 1-star school break their heads to enter is the nebulous sect. It is a sect in the 8 great empires. It has a long history and is very powerful. Its disciples are everywhere. In the nebulous sect, there are strong cultivators above the nascent soul stage. That place is the cradle of the proud sons of heaven. He looked at Fengjiu and said, I hope that you can go. Others don't know, but if it is you, I believe that you can enter a 1-star school. In the future, you'll have the opportunity to enter the nebulous sect. Fengjiu's eyes slightly moved. This was the first time he heard the dean of this school. Nebulous sect? In the 8 great empires? At the thought of this, she calculated in her heart. She was currently at the peak of the foundation building realm, but under the pressure of the ancient divine beast, the fire phoenix, as well as the martial arts and assassination techniques she had mastered, she could fight and kill nascent soul cultivators, but she still couldn't do it perfectly. Then, before that, she would have to enter the golden core realm as soon as possible. If her strength improved further, even if she went to other places, she would be able to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Okay, I will agree to this. She nodded and said, anyway, she will go to the 8 great empires in the future. With such a bridge, going to the 8 great empires would not be like a headless fly. Chapter 827. Coming out from the main peak, the little fellow pursed his lips and asked, Who is that man in white? When Fengjiu heard this, she was startled and asked with a smile, You're talking about Mo Chun? Say he's Tianji Elder's disciple. What do you think? Do you think he looks like a banished immortal? He's just a gigolo, he said with a taut face. Uffed. Gigolo? How can a gigolo be so good-looking? She laughed lightly, but saw the little fellow's face become uglier and uglier. She couldn't help but find it amusing. Reaching out, she pinched his soft skin and joked, But he's not as good-looking as you. You're so cute. Hearing this, the originally angry little fellow's ears turned red again. His eyes flashed as he looked at her and somewhat arrogantly looked away. Don't use such superficial words to praise me. Although his tender voice was stiff, it couldn't hide the slight smile on his face and the slightly raised corners of his lips. It was obvious that his heart was blooming with joy, but he still put on a sour face. You're only 3 or 4 years old, and you're already so smart. Are all the children on your side like you? She stared at the child walking beside her and asked. She felt that other than his small body and soft voice, his temperament really didn't seem like a child's. Don't try to trick me. I won't tell you. He humphed and walked forward with his short legs. Looking at the little fellow walking with his hands behind his back, she raised her eyebrows and smiled. Then, she went back to the cave with him. Because the pills had been refined and the academy was on vacation, the entire star cloud was empty. Only a few teachers and principals who didn't go back were left here. Because of this, she also wanted to go back home to take a look or go out for a walk. Thus, after bringing the little fellow back to the cave, she asked, How about I send you back to my home? Who knew that as soon as she said this, the little fellow would angrily glare and anxiously shout, You dare! He glared at her, his little face dark. He clearly had an angry look on his face, but the childish voice that came out of his little mouth destroyed the feeling of anger. It really sounded soft and harmless. If you dare to keep me in your house, I'll dare to sneak out. If you can't find me by then, or if something happens to me, I'll see how you're going to explain it. But I plan to walk around. It's very troublesome to bring a little thing like you along. She said with a frown, but in her heart, she was curious about his overreaction. I'll only follow you. I'm not going anywhere. He made his stance clear again, staring at her with a pair of dark eyes. Fengjiu looked at the pair of eyes staring at him. He touched his nose. What the hell? She actually had the illusion that Xianyuan Mose was staring at her. She felt guilty for no reason. In the end, it was Fengjiu who compromised. After all, Huilang specially sent this child over from such a faraway place. It could be seen how important he was. Moreover, Xianyuan Mose couldn't take care of him over there and left him in her care. If she said that she sent him to the Phoenix Dynasty, to be honest, she really didn't feel at ease. After all, his identity was too special. Thus, on this day, the two of them chatted casually in front of cave. Most of the time, Fengjiu asked, but the little fellow didn't answer and only listened. Chapter 828. Hearing this, The little fellow's delicate little face instantly flushed red. His pair of beautiful eyes stared at her. I know how to bathe myself. You come out. What do you mean you know how to bathe yourself? With your small body, you can't even climb into this tub. Come here quickly, I have to bathe too. She tested the temperature of the water and found that it was just right. No, he directly refused. I want to bathe myself. You go out. You stinky brat, I want to help you bathe yourself because you have a lot of face. You still dislike it? You don't want me to help you bathe? Hee hee, I want to help you bathe. She laughed in a low voice. Her laughter was like a loud hui-lang, making the little fellow's hair stand on end. He stepped back, turned around, and ran away. Why are you running? Do you think you can run away in my territory? Fengjiu strode forward and directly reached out, picking up the little fellow. Let me go. You woman, what are you doing? He struggled and shouted, but when a hand slapped his butt, his entire face instantly flushed red. He was so embarrassed that he didn't know what to do. Don't move. I won't care if you fall. Fengjiu didn't think much of it. Wasn't he just a little brat? What was wrong with hitting his butt? Thus, while warning, she took advantage of the little fellow in her arms calming down and not struggling to take off his clothes. You actually took off my clothes. The little fellow's flushed face was filled with disbelief. But when he thought about how he was naked in this woman's arms, he immediately covered his important parts with his hands. His entire body froze, and he didn't know how to react. No need to cover up. You're only 3 or 4 years old. What's there to see? However, as soon as she finished speaking, she saw the red string on his hand from the corner of her eyes. Her eyes narrowed. Why is this red string on your hand? Hearing this, the little fellow froze and awkwardly said, I had someone make this up. It's not that one. Make it up. That's exactly the same as the one I have. Let me see. She put him in the tub and wanted to see the red string on his hand, but who knew that he would shrink back? If I made it up, it would be exactly the same. Why would I make it up if it wasn't the same? I've seen yours before. It's much bigger than this one. Her small body sat on a small stool in the bathtub, and her hands were still in the water. Hearing what he said, Fengjiu also nodded. That's true. Mine is just an ordinary piece rope. Naturally, there's no way to shrink or enlarge it. Your rope is much smaller than mine. However, the weave is really the same. When I first saw it, I thought it was the one I made. The little fellow pursed his lips and looked at her without saying a word. All right. The water is getting cold. I'll help you wash it. She rolled up her sleeves and picked up a towel to wipe his back. Feeling his stiffness and nervousness, she couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? Didn't anyone help you bathe when you were at home? Don't tell me that a little thing like you can wash it by yourself. As she spoke, she reached out and pressed his body, saying, Relax, I won't eat you. The little fellow stared at her, his dark eyes flashing. She didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, his face was red, and he only said one sentence. You have to take responsibility. Hearing this, Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle. There's nothing on you to look at. What's there to take responsibility for? Get up, the water is cold. Be careful not to get sick. Chapter 829. Where are your clothes? I'll put them on myself, he said with a big bath towel wrapped around him. Although she had seen everything, his small body, as she said, was not worth looking at, and he was too embarrassed to show it. Do you know how to wear it? She expressed her doubts. Yes, he said with a serious face, and at the same time stared at her guardedly, afraid that she would take the bath towel wrapped around his body. Well then, wear it yourself, but I'll help you dry your hair, she said, and turned to get the bath towel again. Seeing that she had left, the little fellow secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Before she came in, he quickly put on his clothes and sat by the bed to wait for her. Fengjiu came back with the bath towel and saw that he had even put on his clothes. She praised, Not bad, you're quite fast. As she spoke, she took the bath towel to dry his wet hair, and then said, If you're sleepy, go to sleep first. He responded, looking at her in front of him, and his eyes moved. What? Do you have something to say? Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile. Hearing this, the little fellow turned to sleep on the bed, pulled the quilt over, closed his eyes, and ignored her. It was not until he heard footsteps walking out that he opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with a deep and wise light, and a trace of gentleness and joy. Covered with her quilt, and smelling the faint fragrance, sleepiness came over him, and he fell into a deep sleep. After bathing, Fengjiu came in wearing her underwear, and while drying her hair, she saw that the little fellow was sleeping outside the bed. She could not help but shake her head, and with a smile, went forward to move him inside. But just as she bent over to touch him, the child who was originally sleeping soundly suddenly opened his eyes. The fierceness that shot out from his eyes startled her. At that moment, she seemed to see the child about to attack, but when he saw that it was her, the fierceness in his eyes dissipated and he returned to his previous state. "Done bathing?" the young voice with a strong sleepiness asked. She responded, looked at him, and said, "You sleep inside, I sleep outside. I'm a man, so I sleep outside. You're a woman, so you sleep inside." Listening to the childish voice telling her that he was a man, she couldn't help but smile. "I'm an adult, you're a child. Children sleep outside. If you roll off the bed, you'll fall. Be good, sleep inside." Seeing this, he thought for a moment before moving in. Then, he patted the place where he slept. "I've already warmed the bed for you. Go to sleep." The corner of her mouth twitched. She glanced at him before lying down and asking, "Who taught you that? You even know how to warm a bed?" As he spoke, he pulled the blanket over himself and yawned. "Sleep early. We'll leave tomorrow." "Yes." The little fellow responded and turned over to face her. He reached out his little hand and wrapped it around her waist. Only then did he close his eyes in satisfaction. His natural intimate action startled Fengjiu. Her closed eyes opened again. She looked at the little fellow who was snuggling up to her, his little hand still wrapped around her naturally and intimately. Her heart trembled slightly. This little fellow gave her a very strange feeling. She kept feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She shook her head and did not think too much about it. Sleepiness overwhelmed her, and she fell asleep with the person beside her. Chapter 8:30. He only woke up when he felt someone sizing him up. The moment he opened his eyes, he met her slightly moving gaze. Seeing that she was looking at him, he looked back at her without moving. When their eyes met, something seemed to flash across Fengjiu's heart. The familiar feeling and unbelievable thought stunned her. She stared at him for a long time, then moved her lips and called out, "Uncle." The little fellow's eyes moved slightly, but he did not respond. He continued to look at her with his pitch-black eyes. "Xinyuan Mose?" She called out again, her gaze also fixed on his eyes, not missing a trace of his expression. The child moved his mouth as if he was about to say something, but he heard the sound of him talking to himself. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It shouldn't be possible. It's one thing to turn old, but how can he turn into a little kid? She muttered, suppressing the strange feeling in her heart and shaking off the strange thought. She turned over and sat up, quickly putting on her clothes and washing up in the next room. Seeing that she had woken up, he reclined on the bed lazily with one hand supporting his head, exuding an aura that did not belong to a child. A smile flashed across his pitch-black eyes, but Fengjiu did not see it. After about an hour, both of them were done washing up. Fengjiu went to the main peak to bid farewell to the dean and the rest, then returned to the cave abode and said to the two beasts, "Lao Bai will stay behind and guard the cave abode with Xiaohe. Tunyin will go out with us." "Master, why should Tunyin go out with you? I want to go out too." Lao Bai kicked his hooves and snorted, looking dissatisfied. "What other reason can there be? You can't even control your own mouth. How can I let you follow me?" Fengjiu glanced at him. "Moreover, I plan to let Tunyin watch the son of King of Hell. I don't feel at ease leaving it to you." "Master," he wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Fengjiu with a wave of his hand. "All right, we're only going back for a few months. We'll have to come back. If you want to go back with us, I'll leave you at home. Then I'll wait here for your return. Master, I don't want to go back to the Phoenix Dynasty." As it spoke, it was afraid that its master would really take it back and leave it behind. Therefore, it took a few steps back and directly lay on the ground. However, Fengjiu rubbed his chin as if he just remembered something. "Why don't you come along? When the time comes, I'll send you to Xiaobai's place. Last time, I heard that Lung Shuang and Lung Hua also came over. It's a good opportunity to go and take a look. Really? I'll go. It stood up excitedly and bent down in front of Fengjiu and the son of the king of hell. Come up, I'll take you faster. The path here is very winding. You and Tunyon go to the entrance of the courtyard and wait there. I'll bring this little thing over on the flying feather. Yes, the two beasts replied. After the two beasts left, she looked at the little fellow who had been silent all this while and asked, Have you always been so boring? Aren't you happy to hear that I'm taking you out to play? The son of the king of hell twitched the corner of his mouth and looked away. All right. She shook her head helplessly and tossed the flying feather to him. Then she brought him onto the flying feather and all the way to the entrance of the courtyard. When they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, she dismounted from the flying feather and was about to jump onto Lao Bai's back with the son of the king of hell when she saw a figure walking out. She did not want to pay attention to it, but who knew that after she and the little fellow got on the horse, he actually blocked the way in front of the horse. Chapter 831. Ting stood in front of the horse and looked at Fengjiu, who was sitting on the horse. His gaze swept past the little boy's face. His expression changed slightly. What does it have to do with you? Fengjiu looked at him and said coldly, Get out of my way. Where are you going? I'll send you there. He said, his voice stiff. Thank you, but there's no need to trouble you. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled the reins, squeezed the horse's belly, and went past him. He watched as the person in front leisurely rode away on his horse. He stood there without moving and quietly watched until the figure disappeared from his sight. Only then did he withdraw his gaze. Master, do you want us to take her back? The man in black, who suddenly appeared, came to his side. As soon as he spoke, Ting glanced at him. The man in black was shocked. He quickly lowered his head and retreated, not daring to look him in the eye. As he retreated, he caught a glimpse of him riding on his sword and following Fengjiu from afar. Seeing this, he was slightly startled, but he could only follow. On the main peak of the academy, a white figure watched from afar as the red figure rode away on the white horse. As for Ouyang Xiu, he hadn't even been able to touch the corner of Fengjiu's robe before he was defeated, and he even had to acknowledge Fengjiu as his master. This made the 10 of them very angry, and also stimulated Ouyang Xiu's desire to practice cultivation. He had originally planned to go back, but the crushing defeat caused him to bury his heart in cultivation, and he decided not to go back. What do you think he's doing? He's been following us all the way. Lao Bai walked with his hooves and looked back at Niet Tung, who was following them from afar. He was very puzzled. It was difficult to understand the thoughts of humans. As the crown prince of Qingtang, Niet Tung wanted to forcefully take his master and marry her as his concubine. That scene was bloody. Who would have thought that he was following his master like a ghost now? What was he trying to do? Go on your way. Don't worry about anything else. As Fengjiu spoke, he reached out and took out a fruit from the space. He passed it to the son of the king of hell beside him and said, This is for you. The little fellow closed his eyes and leaned into her arms. He didn't even look at her and said, I'm not eating. You little brat, you're quite picky. She didn't mind. If he didn't eat, she would eat. However, she saw that the little fellow in her arms was not fixed in time. He was either turning his head, moving his body, or adjusting his sitting position. What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable sitting there? She asked as she ate the fruit, holding his waist with one hand to prevent him from falling off the horse. Why are you flirting everywhere? He suddenly opened his eyes and asked. His delicate little face was filled with unconcealable distress. Ah. Fengjiu was stunned. Womanizing? I don't. She didn't have the time for that. No. Then why did this guy follow them? And what's up with that gigolo? The way he looks at you doesn't seem right. He was like a jealous husband who had knocked over a jar of vinegar, refusing to let go. It would be fine if he looked like an adult, but he looked so small. She couldn't help but laugh when she heard his words and looked at his expression. You're quite a busybody. Tell me, are you really only 3 or 4 years old? Her eyes were filled with suspicion. She felt that even if a 3 or 4-year-old child was more intelligent, it was impossible for him to be so intelligent. Those people are an eyesore. Chapter 832. Just ignore them. As a person, you have to be open-minded. For those who are an eyesore, let's just treat them as air. That way, we won't make things difficult for ourselves. She chuckled and rubbed his head, pressing him into her embrace. All right, be good. Don't throw a tantrum. I'll buy you good food when we get to the city. Listening to her coaxing him like a child, he felt a sense of novelty and sweetness. His originally tense little face relaxed, and he quietly leaned into her embrace after responding with an emotion. When they entered the city, she even tied a cloth around Lao Bai's mouth to prevent him from causing trouble. When they arrived in the city, she made him slow down and walked all the way to the black market. When they arrived at the entrance of the black market, she handed Lao Bai over to the black market staff and entered with the king of Hell's son. Tunyon followed beside them. Hearing Fengjiu's arrival, the president of the black market hurriedly came out to welcome her and personally invited her in. Ninth young master, I've sorted out the information you asked for. Take a look. It's all here. After dismissing everyone, the president took out a stack of information and handed it to her. According to the information you gave me, I used a lot of connections to gather this information. Because it's a noble family from a first-class strong country, the black market also had to go through a lot of inquiries to obtain this information. Sorry to trouble you. She nodded and smiled. Then, she opened the information and read it. The president beside her also spoke. The Shangwan family is an aristocratic family that specializes in alchemy. Among them, Shangwan Wanru has the most outstanding talent in alchemy. However, Shangwan Wanru lives in seclusion in the Shangwan family. It can be said that some of the children in the Shangwan family have never seen someone like her. He paused and said, We've asked around. From the information, we're guessing that Shangwan Wanru might be imprisoned. Hearing his words and looking at the information, Fengjiu's expression darkened. Most of the information recorded on the Shangwan family's foundation, but there were only a few words about his mother, Shangwan Wanru. It was clear that if the people from the black market were not investigating, this information would not have been known by outsiders. Shangwan Wanru has never married. Some people say that the Shangwan family is reluctant to marry off the daughter of a high-level alchemist and want her to be used by the family. As far as we know, many people have come to the Shangwan family to ask for Shangwan Wanru's hand in marriage, but they were all rejected by the Shangwan family. Because she rarely appears in front of people, coupled with the Shangwan family's deliberate actions, people gradually forgot about Shangwan Wanru. Fengjiu put away the information and said to the black market's president, Other than the information, I also have a few bottles of potions and a pill for you to auction off. Oh, I wonder what kind of medicine it is. What kind of pill? His eyes lit up. The ghost doctor's items were always extraordinary. He knew that she was learning alchemy. Could it be that she could produce pills in a short year? She took out 3 bottles of potions and placed them on the table. Then, she took out another bottle and said, The potions are for advancement. 2 of them can help Golden Core practitioners break through, while the other bottle is only suitable for nascent soul practitioners. As for this bottle, there's only 1 pill in it. It's a newly refined beauty pill. Chapter 833. The black market master was amazed, especially about the face-nourishing pill. He promised, Ninth young master, don't worry. I will sell this face-nourishing pill for a sky-high price. I will spread the news first. With the name of the ghost doctor, with such a good item, it might even attract some aristocratic families from high-ranking countries. Okay. She nodded and handed the pill to him. After you sell it, I'll come back next year to settle the accounts with you. Yes, I'll settle everything by then. It'll be as simple as it can be. He said with a smile. He knew that she did not like trouble, so he asked, Ninth young master, since you've left the academy, do you want to stay in the city for a few days? I can arrange a place for you to stay. No need, we'll walk around. She shook her head and left with the son of the king of hell after settling the matter. The chubby Tunyon followed behind them. She brought the son of the king of hell to a restaurant for a meal and bought many pastries and fruits for the journey. Finally, she rode on Lao Bai and headed to the next place. 2 days later, Fengjiu shook off Niet Tung, who had been following them, and brought the son of the king of hell to an inn. Not long after, Du Fan and Bai Xiao came to the inn and saw her by the window on the second floor. Master, after the two bowed, their eyes naturally fell on the son of the king of hell, who was wearing a small black robe and had a delicate face. They looked at him curiously. Both of them did not expect that she would bring a child with her. Moreover, where did this child come from? I'll take a look at the place you chose this time. Let's go. Lead the way. She held the son of the king of hell's hand and went downstairs. She said to Bai Xiao, Lao Bai is in the stables at the back. Go and bring him out. Bai Xiao was delighted when she heard this. Okay, I'll go and take a look. Because he was worried that she would really kick him out, he had been training hard for the past few months. His hard work paid off. After a few months of hard work, he managed to reach the 4th level of his family's beast-taming technique. Now he could control all spiritual beasts below the 9th level. Du Fan led Fengjiu away while Bai Xiao went to the back to get Lao Bai. He had not seen his old friend for a long time and was extremely excited to see him again. Old Bai, I heard that you can speak. I haven't seen you for so long, but you've become much thinner than before. However, I've heard about you from the young master. You've done well. He patted its head and let it out while it shook its tail excitedly. Let's go back to the top of the mountain. Master said that in order to prevent you from always causing trouble, we can't untie the rope in your mouth until we reach the place. As he spoke, he pulled it out. They flew directly after they left the city. Seeing this, Bai Xiao flipped over and rode on Lao Bai's back. Lao Bai, let's catch up with him. Let's go. He shook the rope and clamped his legs together. The man and the horse dashed out of the city, stirring up dust along the mountain path. After 2 hours, they arrived at a manor. Du Fan said to Fengjiu, Master, we've bought this place. We've set up a formation around it and even set up a restriction in the air. However, my ability is limited, so the restriction in the air is not high enough. Fengjiu led the son of the king of hell through the formation and came inside. He nodded when he saw the scenery inside. This place is not bad. I'll set up the restriction in the air later. As he spoke, he heard a joyful voice. Chapter 834. Leng Shuang and Leng Hua quickly ran over. They had not seen her for a long time and were very happy to see her. Their faces were full of joy. Seeing the two of them, Fengjiu glanced at them and nodded. Leng Shuang's cultivation has improved, and Leng Hua's body seems to be in good shape. I wonder how your Tai Chi practice has been? Master, my Tai Chi has improved a lot, and I practice it every day. If you don't believe me, you can try me. Leng Hua said with a smile, and his gaze fell on the son of the king of hell. Who is this child? He's so handsome, but why does he look so familiar? The son of the king of hell glanced at him and looked away indifferently, ignoring him. He said he's the son of the king of hell, and he's been sticking to me all day. He said he's the younger brother of the Yama Lord. She glanced at the little fellow beside her and saw that he was not afraid of strangers. His delicate little face was still expressionless, as if nothing could arouse his curiosity and interest. The son of the king of hell? Leng Hua was stunned for a moment and then smiled. How about I show you around? Don't treat me like a child. Also, remove the word little. The son of the king of hell is not someone you can call. A certain someone said coldly. However, his childish voice and his stern little face did not have the effect of warning her at all. On the contrary, Fengjiu could not help but reach out to pinch his cheeks when she saw his expression. His ears turned red when she pinched his face in front of so many people. He glared at her in embarrassment. Don't pinch me. So many people are watching. Fengjiu could not help but laugh out loud. Seeing that the little arrogant look was very cute, she reached out to carry the little person and said with a mischievous smile, Not only do I want to pinch your face, I want to kiss you. What should I do? As she spoke, she kissed him on the cheek, not giving him any time to react. The son of the king of hell was stunned. The redness on his ears spread to his face and neck. He stared blankly at Fengjiu, as if he did not expect her to kiss him in front of so many people. He could not react in time. It wasn't until everyone laughed that he came back to his senses. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Kiss me then. You'll have to pay me back sooner or later anyway, he said meaningfully. This woman, He didn't know she was so bold, even daring to mess around in front of others. Sure enough, she was lustful. Her previous seriousness was all an act. She must have wanted him for a long time. He should have given her this chance in the past. Keep pretending. Fengjiu laughed and was about to give him to Leng Hua, but the little guy wrapped his arms tightly around her neck and said, "I won't let anyone touch me." Fengjiu was taken aback when he heard that. He smiled and said, "What? Do you still have mysophobia? Instead of learning from the good, you're learning from your brother's bad habit." The son of the king of hell turned his face away and leaned on her shoulder without saying a word. "Master, the courtyard is ready. Let's go in and rest first," Leng Hua said, seeing that the child did not let anyone carry him. He could only follow beside. "Okay, let's go in first," she responded and walked in with them. As she looked at the scenery and the manor, she asked, "Du Fan, how did you find this place?" Chapter 835. Fengjiu nodded and chatted as they walked. When they arrived inside, he asked, "Did Luo Yu and the others go on a mission? Why don't I see them?" Xiang Hua took them on a mission and went out. "They'll probably be back in 2 days," Du Fan said. After they sat down in the hall, Leng Shuang served them tea. After their Tianyuan palace was reorganized, there weren't many people. Although there were former people who wanted to follow them, they all felt that they couldn't accept them after an investigation. Therefore, there weren't many people here, only the few of them and the 8 Phoenix Guards. Although there weren't many people, each of them was worth 10 people. Xiang Hua took them on missions and made a name for themselves. In just a few months, whether it was assassination or other missions, they did well. Now, their orders were already scheduled until June next year. Therefore, they also felt that they could have people who wanted to join the Tianyuan Palace, but they couldn't just let anyone join. "Did you personally send the medicinal pills I asked you to send to the 100 Years Mountain?" She took a sip of tea and asked again. "Yes, I personally handed the medicinal pills to Miss Wanyan. She was very happy when she received the medicinal pills and even sent a box of gifts over. I originally wanted to send a letter to inform Master, but I thought that Master would also be here today, so I didn't say anything." "Yes," she nodded. "Xiang Hua is in charge of external affairs, and you're in charge of internal affairs. He's really good." As she spoke, she looked at him, took out a medicine bottle, and handed it to him. "This is a foundation-building pill. You've stayed at the peak of great spiritual master for a long time, so it's time to advance." When Du Fan heard this, his eyes were filled with surprise. "Thank you, Master. Do your job well, and you won't be short of benefits in the future," she said with a smile. "Yes, this subordinate will definitely not disappoint Master's expectations." He held the pill bottle in his hand, his heart filled with excitement. A foundation establishment pill, this was a priceless item. Back then, Xiang Hua was betrayed for a foundation establishment pill, but when it came to his master, he was casually given it to him. He knew that following his master was the best choice he had ever made. "Young master, we're back too." Bai Zhao's voice came from outside. Not long after, he strode in. Upon seeing Bai Zhao, Fengjiu said, "It's good that you're back. I want to see your beast-taming skills. If they don't satisfy me, you know what to do." "Yes, young master, don't worry. I've been practicing the art of taming beasts for the past few months. In addition to my own exploration, I can handle any spirit beast below the 9th level." His words were filled with confidence. He was indeed in high spirits compared to a few months ago. "Yes, master," Du Fan said. Bai Zhao's beasts have indeed improved rapidly. Every time Xiang Hua and Luo Yu go out on a mission, they'll bring back a spirit beast for him. There are even ferocious beasts that are kept in the forest behind us. He can even tame them. She nodded and smiled. "Let's go. Since we're free now, I'll go and see how you tame your beasts." She gestured and got up. She was really curious about beasts. After all, as far as she knew, there were more beast tamers than beast tamers. Only some ancient families had the beast taming art. This was also the reason why she wanted to recruit Bai Zhao after learning from him that he came from a family of beast taming arts. "Okay." Bai Zhao nodded confidently and went to the forest behind her. Chapter 836. Fengjiu and the rest did not go near the forest at the back of the mountain. They watched as Bai Zhao walked into the forest and stopped about 100 meters away. She then took out something and the sound of a musical instrument could be heard. The voice slowly spread out with by Xiao as the center. When the voice spread out, there was a faint flow of air that was visible to the naked eye. It was like ripples in the water, spreading out in circles. They did not feel anything when they heard it, but Tun Yun, who was lying on the grass beside them, straightened up when it heard the sound and looked at Bai Xiao. Noticing Tun Yun's strange behavior, Feng Jiu's eyes flickered, and his gaze fell on the front. Within a few breaths, more than 20 spirit beasts and ferocious beasts ran out from the forest. These spirit beasts and ferocious beasts seemed to have lost their drive and bloodthirsty nature. They came over ferociously and circled around Bai Xiao, growling softly. One of the ferocious beasts even lowered its body to let Bai Xiao sit on it. Bai Xiao rode the ferocious tiger to Feng Jiu while blowing the beast-taming art. She removed the thing from her lips and looked at Feng Jiu with a smile. "Young master, I can tame beasts below the 9th level, but I have to cultivate my family's beast-taming technique to the 6th level for beasts above the 9th level." Feng Jiu nodded as he looked at the ferocious tiger that did not have a contract and was obediently serving as his mount. "Not bad. You improved very quickly. With this, it's okay even if you can't fight." Her gaze swept across the beasts, but she was thinking in her mind. Bai Zhao's beast-taming technique could be equivalent to an army once she cultivates it. If it were a group battle, this beast would be of great help. The son of the king of hell, who was standing beside Feng Jiu, also looked at Bai Xiao for a while before moving his gaze away. "How many people in your family know how to tame beasts now?" Feng Jiu asked. "My grandfather knows how to tame beasts, and so does my father. However, my father's golden elixir was injured, so he can no longer cultivate our family's beast-taming mantra. Moreover, he can't play the beast-taming song, so everyone in the family knows how to tame beasts. Only my grandfather and I know how to tame beasts." Speaking of this, he was a little excited. If it was not for the pressure that the young master gave him, he did not know that he could cultivate his beast-taming mantra to the 4th level. He was thinking that if he could get a bottle of that medicine for his grandfather, perhaps his grandfather's beast-taming mantra could also be improved. However, he also knew that the young master would not take out the medicine if it wasn't for his own people. Every bottle of his medicine was a treasure that people would fight over outside. Control. However, this time, before Bai Xiao could say anything, the son of the king of hell, who was standing beside Feng Jiu, spoke up. "Taming beasts is controlled by sound, but those who have successfully cultivated it only need sound to tame beasts. They don't need the assistance of musical instruments. People like him should be at the lowest level of the beast-taming mantra, so they need musical instruments to control them." Hearing this, Feng Jiu looked at him in surprise. "You know," then he thought for a while and nodded. "That's true. What doesn't the 8 great empires have? They should also have beast-taming aristocratic families, right?" Chapter 837. Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on him. The 8 great empires? The beast trainer sect? What kind of existence was that? These thoughts surfaced in everyone's mind. They were very curious about the 8 great empires that they had never been to before. However, they also knew that they would not be able to go to such a place without sufficient strength. They knew very well that if their master went there in the future, they might not be able to go there as well. Without sufficient strength, they would not be able to survive in such a place. After staying in the manor for a few days, Feng Jiu set up a new air ban and strengthened the protection of the array around the manor. Seeing that Luo Yu and the rest had not returned, he left Lao Bai behind and only brought Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, the son of the king of hell, and Tun Yun out of the manor. They only returned to the Phoenix dynasty when the new year was approaching. In the palace, Feng Xiao. Did little Feng say when she's coming back? Old Master Feng came to the palace with his hands behind his back. Feng Xiao, who was busy with work, looked up, seeing that it was the old master. He put down his work and stood up with a smile. "Father, don't worry. Xiao Jiu should be back for the new year. There are still 2 days before the first day of the new year, so it should be within these 2 days. Send a few people to wait at the city gate. If they see her coming back, they can inform me. I don't have to keep waiting like this. The old master paced back and forth as he said, I wonder how long she'll be staying this time? She's been away for a year. I wonder if she's lost weight. Seeing this, Feng Xiao smiled and said, Father, don't worry about Xiaojio. You should take care of Mother. She's about to give birth, so don't forget to leave her side. Thinking that he would have a younger brother or sister soon, and that the younger brother or sister would be more than 10 years older than his daughter, he had mixed feelings. He was emotional and happy at the same time. He did not expect that he would have a younger sister-in-law after living for so long. This feeling was really novel. It's okay. Sushi has calculated. She should be giving birth after the new year. He waved his hand and said, What's more, we've already prepared the midwife and everything. It's foolproof. I wonder if they told Xiao Ju the good news. Does she have an aunt or uncle now? Feng Xiao laughed. The old man also smiled awkwardly. His face was a little hot. She was already so old, yet she still wanted to have a child. Speaking of which, her shamelessness was a little. Then I'll go back first. Remember to tell me when little Feng comes back. As he spoke, he hurriedly turned and walked out. When Feng Xiao saw this, he shook his head and smiled. He walked out with his hands behind his back. Just as he was about to call the Phoenix Guard to wait outside the palace gates, he saw a Phoenix Guard rushing over. Master, eldest miss, and the others have returned. The middle-aged Phoenix Guard smiled happily and said, They are already at the entrance of the palace. I saw them from afar and came in to report. Hearing this, Feng Xiao was overjoyed. Good. It's good that they're back. As he spoke, he strode out. At the entrance of the palace, Feng Jiu and the others walked in together. She, who was walking in front, saw her father striding out to welcome them from afar. When she saw him, she could not help but reveal a gentle smile on her face. Her heart also softened. Chapter 838. Daddy. She ran over and threw herself into his arms. Daddy, did you miss me? Feng Xiao caught his daughter who was throwing herself at him. Even the tough man's heart was unbelievably soft at this moment. He gently patted the head of his daughter in his arms and said with a smile, Yes, ever since you left home, I've been thinking about when you'll come back. I've been looking forward to it. Finally, you're home. Let's go. Daddy will get someone to cook your favorite dishes to welcome you back. Behind them, the son of the king of hell walked over slowly with a straight face. He looked at the father and daughter who were hugging each other. Although they were father and daughter, he still felt that they were an eyesore. However, he did not say anything. He was just unhappy and his face was dark. Who is this child? What does he look like? Feng Xiao was about to say that he looked like the king of hell when he saw the child walk forward and tug at the corner of his daughter's clothes. What's wrong? Feng Jiu looked down and asked. The son of the king of hell stretched out his hands. He did not say anything, but his meaning was obvious. He wanted her to carry him away. Seeing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, Daddy, he said that he's the younger brother of the Yama Lord. His name is the son of the king of hell, and he's been following me recently. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at the child who stretched out his hands and asked her to carry him. She smiled and said, You want me to carry you? Sure, we'll talk about it after you catch up with me. A burst of laughter rang out and a flash of red clothes flashed past. The person who was originally standing in front of her had already rushed forward and headed towards the palace. Seeing his daughter running towards the palace, Feng Xiao shook his head and smiled at the little fellow. Come, I'll carry you. Just as he stretched out his hand, he saw the child widen his eyes. The small figure rushed forward like the wind and chased after his daughter. This speed that he was a little speechless. This child was only 3 or 4 years old, right? How could he have such speed? Monarch, Lung Shuang and Lung Hua bowed. Oh, why are only the two of you coming back? The Feng Wei and the others didn't come back? He was a little surprised. Not only did the Feng Wei not come back, but Lao Bai also didn't come back. They had other things to do, so Master let them stay there. Because Lao Bai can already speak, Master was worried that it would cause trouble once it spoke, so he also left it there and didn't bring it back. Old Bai can speak human language. It has become a divine beast. Lung Hua smiled and said, No, but I heard that she said it after eating a medicinal pill refined by Master. I see. All right then, You guys go in as well. It's rare for you to come back, so let's have a good rest." He smiled and went inside with the two of them. In the palace, the old man who heard that Fengjiu had returned came to the front. Before he reached the front of the palace, he met Fengjiu halfway. Seeing his granddaughter in a dazzling red dress, he couldn't help but reveal a loving smile. "Little Feng, you're finally back." "Grandpa," Fengjiu called out. He looked at his middle-aged grandfather and saw that his face was ruddy and healthy. He knew that his grandfather was in good health. That was true. He should be fine now. In the past, her grandfather had intermittent amnesia, but she had already cured it. Now, he was a martial emperor and could be considered the #1 expert in this 9th-tier country. With a beauty by his side, he was naturally happy and his complexion was excellent. Chapter 839. It's a new year. How can I not come back? Moreover, I heard from Lung Xuan that grandmother is pregnant. Of course, I have to come back. She smiled and held his hand. "Grandpa, I brought you a New Year's gift." Good. I knew you were such a considerate girl." He nodded happily and patted her hand that was holding his. "Have you forgotten about your father after seeing your grandfather? Why didn't I hear that you brought me a gift?" Feng Zhao's voice came from behind. Although he was serious, he could not hide his smile. Both. She laughed and looked back. The little boy was standing beside her father and looking at her. She smiled and said, "The King of Hell's son has one too." "The King of Hell's son? Who is this child?" The old master's gaze fell on the King of Hell's son's shrunken face that looked exactly like Xin Yuan Mo's. His eyes narrowed. "Is Mohan married? Even his child is so big." His face darkened. Seeing such a child, he instinctively thought that Ling Mohan might be married. Otherwise, where did this child who looked exactly like him come from? "Grandpa, I'm his younger brother, not his son. He hasn't married her yet. How can he have a son?" The little boy bowed to old Master Feng like a little adult. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Fengjiu. Hearing this, the old master's face softened. "Younger brother? It's good that you're not his son. If he's secretly married someone else, don't expect me to marry my granddaughter to him." "Don't worry, Grandpa. It won't happen," the young voice assured. Hearing this, everyone had different thoughts. They could not help but look at him again. However, they saw his small body standing upright with a serious expression. Under the low-key but luxurious little black robe, no one could find any fault with him. He was so elegant and noble that it made people admire him. "Come, Grandpa will carry you." He bent down and reached out to carry him. Unexpectedly, the little boy took a step back and shook his head. He said with a serious face, "I don't need anyone to carry me." Hearing this, other than the old master, the others were slightly stunned. Then, they could not help but laugh. He did not need anyone to carry him. Not that he did not need anyone to carry him. The group of people walked and chatted as they walked towards the old master's palace. When they arrived at the palace, they finally saw Su Shi, who was pregnant and full of motherly love. "Grandmother." Feng Nine stepped forward with a smile and bowed. Her smiling eyes fell on her belly. "Grandmother, are you going to give birth soon?" Feng Girl came back. Su Shi smiled as she held her hand and sat down. She smiled and said, "She should be giving birth after the new year. Then I'll stay until grandmother gives birth to little uncle," she said with a smile. "If you're not in a hurry to go to the academy, you can stay at home for a few more days. Your grandfather often talks about you. He said that you've been away for a year. He's never been away from home for so long. He's always worried that you don't have enough to eat and get bullied outside." Hearing this, she laughed. "I've always been the bully. Who can bully me? This child is so good-looking. He should be 3 or 4 years old, right?" She looked at the son of the King of Hell who was standing quietly at the side. As she was about to become a mother, she was especially fond of children.